I'm going to start us up in about 30 seconds here. Okay, good. Okay, thanks for your patience. We're now in open session. Called a meeting to order after closed session. Good evening and welcome to the regular open session meeting of the Temecula Valley Unified School District Board of Education, November 14th, 2023 at 6:21 p.m. The board has been in closed session since 4 p.m. Lene, please call roll.
Danny Gonzalez.
Here.
Allison Barkley.
Here.
Stephen Schwartz.
Here.
Jennifer Wiersma.
Here.
Joseph Komorowski.
Here. Thank you, Lene. We do have a quorum. Secretary to the Board, Dr. Kimberly Velez, Interim Superintendent, Ms. Lene Anacibar, Executive Assistant to the Superintendent. And we do have Emily Marino from Chaparral High School today that's going to lead us in the pledge, and it's her birthday. Everybody, you want to say happy birthday? Everybody? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Emily. Happy birthday to you. Please remove your hats and we'll let Emily lead us. We'll do a mic check, Emily. Oh, there she goes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic in which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty, justice for all.
Thank you, Emily. So precious. Oh, that was awesome. Okay, items considered in closed session for action in open session. I call for a motion and a second to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding the following student expulsion matter, number 34829, suspended expulsion. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Gonzalez, seconded by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, will you please call roll?
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barkley.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komorowski.
Yes, thank you, Lene. Motion adopted 5-0. I call for a motion and a second to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding the following student expulsion matter. 272075, waiver of suspended expulsion. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barkley.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komorowski.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Thanks, Lene. Last one. I call for a motion and a second to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding the following student expulsion matter, 203070, settlement and release agreement. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Gonzalez, seconded by Mr. Schwartz. Lene?
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barkley.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komorowski.
Yes, thank you, Lene. Motion adopted 5-0. And we don't have recognitions, announcements, school-related organizations tonight, and I believe we do have spotlights for Chaparral High School, Jillian and Ellie, and it's on video. I'm not sure how.
Good evening, board members and cabinet members. My name is Jilly Heron.
And I'm Ellie Majorianet, and here's an overview of the past few weeks at Chaparral.
To start off, we had our annual Marvelous Show. This is when our bridge kids at Temecula Valley and Great Oak, along with the kids at SHOP, showcased their talents to the community. This is a spectacular event and the Pumas did an amazing job.
For Fall's Giving, we have come up with a few ways to give to the community during the holidays. We held a canned food drive as well as collected boxes for Operation Christmas Child. Our leadership classes will be volunteering at the VSSN Christmas event in early December. We are so grateful that Chaparral can help the community during a time of spreading joy.
We had biggest fan and student section reps come to our last home football game to broadcast our student section known as the Puma Pit.
Our Fab Five is working with Biggest Fan to continue growing our student section.
Student section rep posted our Puma Pit to show the nation the improvement of our student section just within this school year.
The Pumas are getting loud and we are proud.
Unified Sports won first place last week in flag football.
Next up, we have Unified Soccer this Friday at Vista Murrieta.
Good luck, Pumas!
Our football season came to an end, but our boys finished second in league and made it to Division II in CIF.
Last week, our Pumas got to trade in some of their 5-star points they have accumulated by attending shop events for snacks, drinks, and shop apparel.
Go.
Our Pumas can now do this every Friday.
My personal favorite item on the menu is our shop.
Oops. Buffering.
Here we go again.
These are the readouts.
Okay, we're going to circle, or we're going to go on to Great Oak High School, is that what you're saying? And then, yeah, and then we'll circle back. So Great Oak High School with Elisa and Madison, and then we can circle back to Jillian and Ellie. Okay, Great Oak High School. Oh, never mind that.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Key.
And I'm Madison Jantz.
This month we wanted to do something a little different and highlight Spirit, which is Great Oaks Foundation, especially as this is our 20th year anniversary.
Spirit begins with scholarship, and Great Oak is extremely proud of such a high academic standard. Specifically, we've gotten to recognize this academic achievement through our academic letter ceremony with 1,000 students given their letter. We also had our college kickoff day, where seniors were given the opportunity to select and attend sessions about college and career pathways available to them after high school. 366 juniors took the PSAT and 200 participated in the ASVAB with presentations from the U.S. Army, Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force. Freshmen and sophomores were given the opportunity to take the PSAT as well in order to help them choose future AP classes for college credit and was an overall great practice for them.
The next letter in Spirit is P for Passion, and Great Oak is proud to highlight our Red Wave, which were recognized as the most spirited student section of the week by Student Rep. We also had a very successful trick-or-treat with 50 of our clubs participating by handing out candies to all of the students. This was the first time doing this, and it was amazing to see such a great turnout. Great Oak just opened a clubhouse where any student can go to room 204 and play fun arcade games and have snacks. This is staff-run, and all students are welcome.
Next up is integrity. Electronic device referrals have gone down 16.4% since last year. There has been a decrease of 21.60 total students given referrals. With last year having 124 academic integrity referrals, this semester has gone down to less than 31 cases. To keep this going down, integrity lessons have been recently pushed out to classes.
R stands for reflection, and this year our staff and students are encouraged to try and elevate everything that they do. WSB students especially are focusing on elevating previous events in order to make them better for next year with the help of their upperclassmen.
We have another I, which stands for involvement. We really wanted to highlight our unified group and their events they've put on recently. We recently had our first unified game, which was flag football, and we're happy to say it went amazing. We had players and coaches from Temecula schools involved in this event, and the performances from dance, cheer, step, haka, and ohana were amazing as well. Great Oak students were encouraged to visit with their classes to support all the players, and it was exciting to see so many teachers with their students cheering our players on. We also just had the Marvelous Show at TV, which was just marvelous. It was so amazing to see so many students from Great Oak filling up the theater to support such a wonderful event. Great Oak's leadership has also grown this year with the addition of our RW class, filled with all grade levels and focuses on advertising and recognizing all of the sports on campus and raising the Red Wave presence at all sports games.
And last but not least, we have the last letter of Spirit, T, which stands for teamwork. Great Oak is proud to announce that our varsity football team, girls varsity tennis team, and both of our boys and girls cross country teams are all league champions. This last week, Jake Shuck was athlete of the week for his amazing contribution to the game against Temecula, with 5 receptions, 80 yards, 2 touchdowns, earning us the South League title. That's all for us. Thank you for having us, and can't wait to see you at the next meeting.
And as always,
Go Wolfpack!
Good evening, and thank you for having us once again. For those who need a refresher, I'm Nick.
And I'm Alicia. Last weekend, we kicked off our basketball season with our All Gold Everything game. Here I am with one of our boys varsity basketball players. What's your name?
Jenny Shelton.
And why should people attend the basketball games?
Come support.
Y'all heard him.
Last Wednesday was our Marvelous show, themed after Disney's Cars. Whoa, this is one of our ASB presidents who oversee the event. Why should we come to the Marvelous show?
Hi, I'm Grace Barclay, and the Marvelous Show is such a great way for special education students from all 3 high schools to come together and just show off their talents and make memories and friends that they can have throughout their whole lives.
We ended October with everybody's favorite, trunk or treat. Of course, our seniors passed out candy to everybody and went all out decorating their cars and dressing up. It's always such a fun time for students and staff to point out each other's creativity and uniqueness.
A few weeks ago, Ballet for Puerto Rico danced for us in honor of Dia de los Muertos. Their colorful, vibrant costumes and makeup truly set the stage for a heartfelt tribute to the occasion and remembering those who no longer are with us.
The TV talk show has officially begun, and it's right behind us. This is a perfect opportunity for students to voice their thoughts on a certain topic that's being asked.
I'm here with the coordinator of both Native American Heritage Month and the Cultural Showcase. Why should we be hyped up about both these events?
I'm Genesis Keikoa, and we should be excited about Native American Heritage Month and Cultural Showcase because it allows the students of various cultures to feel accepted into our various Golden Bear cultures. And this is my friend Giselle Moreno. We do the videos and the Cultural Showcase together.
We're doing Class vs. Class Family Feud with a ton of participation. We asked a teacher to challenge another teacher, and all the questions came from TVHS students. Super exciting and competitive for both students and staff.
Drama has an upcoming senior directed play, which is called Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Here I am with the captain of our improv team and one of the seniors directing the play.
Hi, I'm Mia Compton. I have been on improv for 2 years now. I'm so thankful to be the captain this year. We have our next show on December 15th, which is our last show of the semester, and then anyone who likes improv can audition for second semester in December, and we'll get those dates out as soon as possible, so just keep updated on the Instagram and everything, and it's going to be super fun, super exciting. And then I'm also very excited about the play. I'm directing it with my friend Natalie Rome, and it's going to be awesome. It's a spin-off of Shakespeare's Hamlet, told from the perspective of 2 of his best friends who are used as comedic relief in the first play, and it's really funny. It provides a lot of insight on like human discourse and just like they talk about all these crazy things, and it's such a cool concept, and I'm so excited about it.
Thank you so much.
2 weeks ago was our Crown Hill Jogathon, where some of our TVHS ambassadors came to help out with the event. Hey Jody, how was the Jogathon?
It was so much fun. The atmosphere and just overall environment was so positive, and it was so fun helping and seeing all the kids there.
We have our Electric Light Parade in Old Town soon in December. This is always super fun to watch and especially be part of. TV is always there with different groups like cheer, ASB, band, and Baile Folklorico. Therefore, you guys should attend and look forward to seeing us represent TV in the parade. It's actually on December 1st, so be there. That's all we have for you guys this month. We can't believe it's almost already the end of the semester. Until then, we'll see you guys again in December, and thank you for having us. Once again, I'm Alicia.
And I'm Nick.
And stay golden!
Thank you, Alicia and Nick from Temecula High School. Thank you, Elisa and Madison from Great Oak High School. Now we're going to attempt to circle back Chaparral with Jillian and Ellie. Let's see if we can.
Good evening, board members and
Loud, and we are proud.
Unified Sports won first place last week in flag football.
Next up, we have Unified Soccer this Friday at Vista Murrieta.
Good luck, Pumas!
Our football season came to an end, but our boys finished second in league and made it to Division II in CIF.
Last week, our Pumas got to trade in some of their 5-star points they have accumulated by attending SHAP events for snacks, drinks, and SHAP apparel.
Go.
Our Pumas can now do this every Friday.
My personal favorite item on the menu is our SHAP stick.
Oh my God.
We had Midnight Madness last Thursday. This was our first time running this event, and it was super exciting.
Staff and admin also competed and played games to kick off the season. Our National Honor Society induction was held last Monday.
We are so happy to welcome all of our new inductees to National Honor Society.
Thank you so much for listening.
We hope to see you next time.
And remember to keep it classy, Pumas.
All right. Thank you, Jillian and Ellie from Chaparral. Now we're on to Rancho Vista High School with Anthony and Caitlin.
What's up, Temecula School Board? My name is Lucius Costi, and I'll be going over some of the new happenings and achievements at Rancho Vista High School this year. The main goal of this school is to support students who are struggling with credits and students that didn't do well in an ordinary high school setting, and release them with diplomas and motivation for success after high school. Since the beginning of this year, our school has been using a quarter system in place of the semester system. A lot of benefits come from this schedule. Credits are worth way more now, and the students are taking advantage of this, as they should be. In the first quarter of the year, close to 71% of students passed 3 or more of their classes in their schedule. Definitely a higher passing average than last year. The program we feel really shines here at the school is Mr. Atkins' CTE Product Innovation class. It's a hands-on program where you learn the basics of manufacturing and engineering, using 3D printers, laser cutters, 3D modeling software, drawing tables, etc. Definitely one of my favorite classes I've taken in high school so far. We recently had our career day. We had careers ranging from fabrication to being a flight attendant. The presentations were engaging and the careers were interesting, especially the flight attendant one. The job sounds like a lot of fun. We had a correctional officer, a radiologist. My friend Melissa from Chaparral High School gave a presentation on how she wrote and marketed a book. Another hands-on program we have is STEM. In STEM, you explore different career paths such as HVAC, electrical, plumbing, etc. Common career paths you'd see in the workforce. We also recently had our Fall Festival, where students could play games for prizes like candy, donuts, and soda. The school likes to award students. Recently, they gave ice cream to students who passed all of their classes. And it awards us with weekly and monthly attendance prizes. We've been using a lot more Minga this year. We've been getting points for wearing our team colors and cool stuff like that, and participating in Spirit Week. In conclusion, this school really cares about its students, and that definitely helps better our education. Thank you for watching. Have a good Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Anthony and Caitlin from Rancho Vista. Okay, next up, we have TVA Spotlight with Edgar Diaz. Edgar, welcome up.
Make sure you don't trip over this. It's in the way.
Well, good evening, board and staff. Hope you're having a great day right after we had a Veterans Day holiday and moving into Thanksgiving break. Some of the spotlights that we have for our TVA over the last month was we had our annual Thursday night lights, Friday night lights, I don't know, whenever we have a football game nowadays, at Great Oak and TV. We had a good crowd of people showing up, saw a lot of great staff and some board members who were present as well. We also had our Leadership Academy that was postponed back from September, executed last week. We had about 70 leaders there working on their skills, their leadership skills, looking on problem solving within the sites, within their own membership, and also within the site administration at their sites. We happen to report that we have all our committees filled for this year. We have our goal was to get at least 4 people in each committee, have them active, coming up with agendas, planning out their calendar for the year. They've all been meeting over the last 3 weeks, so it's been great to have them off the ground. It's been a long process. As a volunteer organization, after hours work is usually time consuming, and it takes quite a bit of dedication for these individuals to come out and advance the priorities of the organization. We also had our area directors start executing their meetings horizontally with the department staff as well. So we have our high school, middle school area reps meeting with their representatives within the district staff, elementary doing the same, special ed as well. So that's been great to be able to get to some problem solving within those areas. And in the classrooms, we had a variety of different things. We had college and career kickoff happening in October. So that's starting the big season for our secondary schools, although it was had between middle school and high school. You had one event, and you had students now focused on applying to college, which a lot of our high school seniors are in that process right now. We have teachers writing recommendations for their schools and for the different programs they're applying, counselors helping with applying for financial aid and get them focused to be able to apply for their next chapter after graduating from TVUSD. And pretty much that's all I got for you guys today. So I hope you guys have a good evening.
Thanks, Edgar. Next up, we have CSEA Spotlight with Andrew Enriquez. Andrew, welcome up.
Make sure you don't trip.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys had a great Veterans Day. I wanted to bring to your attention, there's a crossing guard over at Bella Vista Middle School. Her name is Araceli. We made the district aware of the things that are going on over there with regards to the students. And I know that Mr. Arce is going to take some time to go down there and see what's going on with the students. And I ask each and every one of the 5 of you to take some time out of your day, especially during dismissal, to go and see exactly what is happening, what she's facing every day. It's one person at dismissal at middle school trying to hold back hundreds of kids, trying to make sure that they're safe, that they are crossing safely, and that they don't get run over. Also want to make you aware that some of the parents out there are ignoring her cones, potentially striking our kids, and even her. So I really, really ask that the 5 of you take some time and go and see what's going on over there. I want to let you guys know that we are coming up to election time for our board positions. We had our first round last month with nominations, and our final nominations will actually happen on Thursday of this week. And by the December meeting, we should be able to announce who the CSEA governing board is, or not governing board, but the chapter executive board is. Tonight you'll be hearing from Samantha, hopefully. She will be talking about the instructional assistants and the plight that they have and some of the ups and downs. I also would like to call your attention to our adult school, something that doesn't get recognized very often. We have one of our classified employees that works there, and she works hand in hand with the staff there to make sure that our adult students receive their diplomas or their oh gosh, what is that? The certificate of completion, or the testing out to receive their diploma. I'm sorry, I cannot remember what that is called. GED, thank you, to receive their GED. Those folks down there do a lot, and they work very, very hard. And you guys take the time to go and visit them and see how hard that they're working to try and reach and lift these adults that have come back to try and complete something that they weren't able to at the time. Finally, I'd like to bring to your attention exactly what is going on with our compensation discussion. I just want to bring to your attention exactly what 1% is with regards to the classified employees. 1% for a classified employee is $650,000, $650,462. So an 8% increase for a classified employees would be $5,203,712. When we're talking percentages for the certificated, 1% for the certificated employees is $1,762,051. At 8%, that comes to $14,096,408. Even if we were to get a true raise at 12%, that would be $7,805,568. A little over half of what the teachers are received thus far. I ask, explain to us why this disparity happens. We're not even asking for full dollar amounts. Explain why this is happening. Why is this no longer making us competitive? Why do we have the vacancies that we do? Because of this disparity. The district has shown that it can afford what the classified employees are asking. Let me remind everyone in this room and watching on the stream, we are not asking for like money. We are asking for a little over half at a place that can afford it. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Andy. Next up, we have PTA Spotlight with Heather Cross.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for allowing me the privilege to speak to you this evening. For those that don't know, my name is Heather Cross, and I am the PTA president for the Temecula Valley Council of PTAs. I'm here this evening to provide a few updates and insights on the amazing things our parents in the Temecula Valley Unified School District are accomplishing on their students' campuses. Since my last update, our ranks have grown to 4,198 PTA members district-wide, and I'm proud to say that we're not even halfway through the school year, and that number has already passed our total number of members for the previous school year. So this means that every day thousands of parents are showing up on their students' campuses to make a positive impact on their lives. As fall turns to winter, many units have moved on from their fall festivals and trunk or treats and have shifted focus to fundraising, which will allow them to continue to provide experiences for their students, many of which are sure to become lifelong memories. PTA is, by definition, a nonprofit organization. This means all funds raised will directly benefit the students. Some of our units' fundraisers are able to bring in tens of thousands of dollars in one single fundraiser. All of these funds are then used to pay for things such as assemblies, family events, after-school activities, and grade-level funds, which allow teachers to purchase items for their classrooms to enhance the learning experiences of their students. None of this would be possible without the overwhelming generosity of our TVUSD families and many local businesses. In my last update, I also mentioned that we were excited to be kicking off our Reflections program for the 2023-2024 school year. The theme for this year is I Am Hopeful Because. And I am thrilled to announce that we had 10 schools participate this year, and there were 38 projects submitted to Council PTA for judging. Those winners will then be passed on to 23rd District PTA, which encompasses all of Riverside County, and from there, they will go on to state, followed by national PTA. The arts are about courage and acceptance and a fierce pride in creating something extraordinary, and every child deserves the right and opportunity to do that. Our units have worked hard to support that through the Reflections program, and I would like to invite everyone to our Reflections ceremony and showcase on December 18th at 7 p.m. at the Temecula Valley High School Golden Bear Theater. This is our opportunity to recognize the hard work and creativity that they put into their projects. If at any point you're interested in getting involved, please know that it's never too late. Memberships can still be purchased at jointotem.com, and if parents are still interested in helping out on their campuses, just reach out. If you are unsure who your PTA parents are, just ask your principal. I guarantee they know who their PTA crew is, and I guarantee that that crew can always use more hands, helping to ensure that every child has the opportunity to reach his or her potential. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Heather. Okay, that exciting part of the night, public comments. Public comments are an important part. Oh, that's right. Sorry, we have 3 readouts by Ms. Weir-Smith from close.
It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Barclay to approve the settlement with KLJM, and the vote was 5-0. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Gonzalez to approve the settlement agreement for case number OAH 202-300-80204, and the vote was 5-0. It was moved by Member Wiersma and seconded by Member Schwartz to approve the settlement offer for government entity claims, case number 319-MD-2913-WHO, and the vote was 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. Public comments are an important part of the board meeting, and they are given careful consideration by the board. Public comment is restricted to items listed on the meeting agenda or otherwise within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes for a maximum total of 30 minutes, unless otherwise determined by the board. The board does not take any formal action on items during public comment or on any item that has been not placed on the published agenda in accordance with the Brown Act. Public comment provides members of the public with an opportunity to speak to the board. Accordingly, public comments are to be directed to the board only and not to the audience in attendance or to individual audience members. Hate speech, obscenity, and other conduct during public comment that disrupts the board meeting from proceeding is prohibited. Those are the objective standards are on the wall if you want to look at those of what we expect. Attendees who disrupt the meeting will be warned and removed in accordance with the Government Code Section 54957.95. Jason Vickery in the back, in the middle, will act as my designee for purposes of Section 54957.95. And we have posted our expectations here in the meeting room. Please also feel free to refer any questions regarding our expectations and procedures to Mr. Vickery, who would be happy to assist you. Finally, pursuant to Education Code 7054, the public comment process should not be used to show support or opposition for any ballot measure or candidate for election, including candidates for election to this board. Finally, if I use these cards, I use them to give you warnings to save time. If you see me point to you and give you a yellow card, it's your first warning that you're disrupting the board meeting from proceeding. If you receive a second yellow, then that automatically turns into a red. You'll be asked to escort yourself out of the board meeting. If your behavior is egregious enough, you will be given a red card. And if you are asked to escort yourself out, and you don't, I'll ask security to help escort you out. If the audience gets too disruptive as a whole, I'll give a warning. After that, I reserve the right to have the entire audience removed so that the Governing Board of Education can conduct business publicly without disruption. In any of these situations, if you're asked to leave, you can still watch the live stream board meeting online. Those are the options before us now. I hope we have a smooth and productive governing board meeting tonight. So Dr. Velez has given me, I believe we have 25 comments. I'm willing to go 30 minutes at 2 minutes, 30 minutes total at 2 minutes apiece, but what's the other board members think? 30 minutes total, 25 total. Right, but I'm recommending 30 minutes total.
I'm making sure I understand.
Yeah, I'm recommending
mic's
30
not
minutes
on, Tammy.
total at 2 minutes each.
I'm fine to hear them all at 2 minutes.
Okay?
I agree. I think we should hear them all at 2 minutes.
I would agree. I think the subject matter is really important to the community. I mean, we got nowhere else to be. I think we try to hear everybody out.
So,
50 minutes.
so it's 50 minutes at 2 minutes apiece?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Okay, here we go. Lene, thank you. And she'll call up the first one. And please, on the signs, no obstructing view. If you got signs and you want to wave them, please stand in the back. Thank you.
First up, we have Samantha, followed by Andrea. Samantha Holt. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Hi, my name is Samantha Wilhoit. I'm an instructional assistant at Chaparral High School. You won't see a lot of IAs up here demanding fair compensation. Like most classified staff, we are a silent workforce that operates in the background. We don't stand up in front of the class so we can be easily overlooked. But we are in the classroom every day, and it is time that you took notice. This week marks my 16-year anniversary working for TVUSD. When I started in 2007, minimum wage was $7.50, and my starting wage for this job was over $14 an hour. That was almost double minimum wage. These jobs were coveted back then. Everyone wanted to get in with the school district. I worked here through the economic downturn in 2008 and through the cuts and the reduced subpay. We all have had to make sacrifices for the district. Now it's time for the district to make some sacrifices for us. We are treated as if we are disposable, expendable, replaceable. I know my worth in the classroom. I know the value of my work, and it is not reflected in my wages. The starting wage at McDonald's is more than the starting wage for an instructional assistant in this district. It's hard not to feel embarrassed by that fact, especially when some of my students who work at McDonald's are potentially making more than me. That is a reflection of how little this district cares about its SPED students and staff. You may ask, if you're so dissatisfied, why do you stay? I love my job. I love getting to work with these students. There's nothing like that feeling you get when a student has a breakthrough in understanding and you had some part in helping them. But that feeling isn't enough to live on. Our pay isn't enough. We deserve better, fair pay, competitive wages, affordable health care for all classified staff. Thank you.
Andrea Dunham, followed by Jennifer Scharf.
I stand before you today to address a trespassing incident involving 2 members of the school board on my property. I don't appreciate the laughter. This is not just about my personal experience, but also about principles of respect, empathy, and professionalism that we expect from our school board members. Danny and Joseph came onto my property on September 16th to have their photo taken next to my recall sign, and then the photo was posted on Instagram. I cannot speak to why they chose to do this, but I can say that my family felt mocked and intimidated. Danny then went on a podcast and lied about the incident. I have proof of what actually happened. It is essential that our school board members are held to the highest standards of honesty. It is concerning to me that Danny would lie about his behavior involving a TVUSD family. A number of people emailed these 2 about their behavior on my lawn. It was made clear to them that we felt very uncomfortable. I was then extremely surprised when Danny returned to the front of our house on November 21st and 22nd. He chose to park his truck right in front of our house both days, even though there was ample parking. He also looked to be taking photos or video of my home. While none of this is illegal, it felt very intentional and intimidating. All school board members should be committed to building a district where every student and family feels valued and respected. After this incident, my family does not. I have 2 children in this district. It's very disheartening that you would choose to come onto the property of the very children you claim to protect and mock them, and then in Danny's case, return for more. We have a democratic right to recall. You don't have a right to come on my property. Please be advised.
Thank you.
Jenny Scharf, followed by Upney.
All right. First, Danny, you are so rude. It's ridiculous. So rude. All right. School districts are supposed to be safe spaces for students to learn, to be supported, and even celebrated. But now, because of the actions of Jen Wiersma, Danny Gonzalez, and Joseph Komrosky, our schools, our district, and particularly your board meetings are no longer spaces where our students feel welcomed. For years, the TVUSD School Board has had the tradition of honoring outstanding students. Board recognitions were a way to include celebrations of the amazing students we have in this community. They were a way for the district to recognize the vast and varied achievements of students at all levels. And now, because of your illegal, divisive, and chaotic actions, students no longer feel safe attending. It is truly a blemish on your tenure that you have scared away the very students you are supposed to serve. On top of that, our student body representatives will no longer be attending board meetings as they no longer feel welcome because of your wife, Mr. Komrosky. She screamed at them and called them ugly and disrespectful when they stood up for themselves when they were being harassed by your supporters. 2 of our student leaders were even brought to tears by your wife's beratement. And I can tell you that my own student, for one, is very relieved. I'm sorry, Joe, am I getting in the way of your texting? Is very relieved to not have put herself at risk anymore. Oh, that's awesome. Deuces. As someone who's been repeatedly and illegally kicked out of these meetings by the man who just left, I'm wondering why you did not kick your wife out for bullying a student, something that is actually detrimental to their safety and well-being. Where was her immediate red card for name calling? I'm not even bringing up the fact that your wife screamed at Trustee Barclay like a lunatic after the last board meeting. It's time for you two now because one was out, to face reality. You do not represent this community and you are not good for students.
Upney, followed by Patrick.
Good evening again. I'm here. You've ignored my voices the first 2 times I was here. I got this really glossy flyer from a concerned parent in Temecula. It's funny, the mailing permit is from Glendale, California. So it has like 4 bullet points. I was going to speak to all of them, but because of shortage of time, I'm going to quickly summarize them. So the first one says prioritize core education. I don't think you guys have passed a single policy that actually improves education. There has been a lot of political propaganda, nothing for education. Passed a parental notification policy. We know what's going on. The judge already decided. I'm going to move on. Advocated for age-appropriate curriculum. State law requires it. There's nothing special you've done for that. Remove divisive and discriminatory content. Again, there's ed code for that. There's nothing you've done except put our district in jeopardy with a lawsuit. Then you have also quoted this ed code 2335. This ed code has been in place for decades. There's nothing, I don't know what the point of quoting that ed code again is. The only thing that's changed with this ed code over all these years is it was renamed, renumbered in 1998. Nothing's been changed in the ed code. Then you talk about parental rights. I have seen how my parental rights, my voice is not being heard about a very important matter, so I don't know how you can claim that. Quality of education, the candidate that you've decided to hire, you cannot say you're trying to improve the quality of education. Then it talks about family values. Family values are primarily the responsibility of family. It is my duty to instill these values in my family, rather than relying on schools. I don't like government intervention in my home or family. The school board's main focus should be academic achievement, which all of you are neglecting.
Patrick York, followed by Jack Marston.
All right, my name is Patrick York. I am the parent of 2 Temecula Valley High School students. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Barnett Elementary School, and I'm a proud member of TVEA. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of TVEA's organizing committee and our members who are dedicated to advocating for Temecula's teachers and protecting the rights of Temecula students and families. Currently, our committee is focused on holding the 3 Wiersma, Gonzalez, and Komrosky accountable for their divisive and illegal governing decisions. Decisions that have eroded the public's trust in their ability to govern honestly, and decisions that show they are not governing in the best interest of all students. Our committee will continue to educate TVEA members about the board's policies, and we will continue to promote policies that elevate our district's academic success and establish a school climate of equality and inclusivity. Now that you have a brief understanding of our committee's goals, I would like to address Wiersma, Gonzalez, and Komrosky's self-professed goals as board trustees. I've heard ad nauseum your commitment to parental rights and community involvement. You claim to value stakeholders' input, but you make profound decisions for our district with little to no public discourse. When you 3 denied our students a curriculum, you cried out for more parental involvement. Parents were encouraged to complete a survey sharing their opinions of the curriculum. Komrosky purposefully denied parents and the community the right to view the results of that survey. We're still waiting on the results. Is that transparency? Does withholding vital information regarding stakeholders' opinions protect parental rights? Clearly, this board uses parental rights as a rally cry, but does not truly believe in the actual rights of those parents to participate in the decisions that impact their children. And now you're prepared to hire a superintendent under similar circumstances. A survey was sent to parents. No results have been published. Parental rights denied again. Where was the community involvement?
Jack Marston, followed by Christy McClure.
Hello? Okay. Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Jack Marson, and first I just want to give a big thank you to Dr. Komrosky, Danny Gonzalez, and Jennifer Wiersma. Thank you so much for all your hard work that all you do in this community. Do not give in to the hate from all these people and their intolerance. This board was elected fairly, and they are keeping their promises of the back-to-basics approach to education and keeping political propaganda out of class. These desperate attempts of signatures for the recall is pathetic. Bribing, lying, there's a recent incident at MSJC where students were lying to people saying the pride flag was banned in class, which it's not. All flags are banned. The Christianity flag of my own religion's banned, all of them are banned. It's just the American and the California flag, as it should be. This recall is a waste of resources and taxpayers' dollars. They were elected fairly, and this just is a waste. And Dr. Komrosky has made very good decisions in the past, and I trust him with the superintendent. And the amount of hate they have all received from the left is disgusting. Do not give in, and do not give in to the hate from these recall supporters. Thank you all.
Christy McClure, followed by Gary Audie.
It's been a year since you three were elected, and I'd like to review your accomplishments and delivery on campaign promises. Past parental notification policy. You mean the one that you copied from another district that was then ruled unconstitutional by a Superior Court judge? There's no AR, and this hasn't been implemented at TVUSD. There's no change to teacher and staff behavior. This policy did nothing. If you're going to copy someone else's work, make sure they have it done correctly. Any teacher will tell you that. Advocated for age-appropriate curriculum. You have literally passed every curriculum piloted and recommended by teachers. You've done nothing to change the curriculum review process. The only thing is to review the supplemental material of one textbook for one grade level, and we haven't heard anything about that one. Remove divisive and discriminatory content. CRT was never taught in this district. You all said that. The resolution was a way to prevent it. The resolution actually inaccurately described CRT, so whatever you banned, it wasn't CRT. The flag policy. Dr. Komrosky, you said, quote, how hard is it to ensure there's an American flag and a California flag in every classroom? I don't know, it seems pretty damn hard because the resolution doesn't even say that. It just bans every other flag and wastes superintendent and principal's time on flag approvals and reviews. Is the big accomplishment about divisive content when Jen violated school board policy and going on school property and ordering a staff member to remove a display she found personally offensive? Prioritizing core education. I haven't seen one policy that meaningfully addresses education. I have seen you deplete the general fund and waste money that could have been spent on students in education. For a board majority claiming to have done so much for the district, it seems like very few of your resolutions have actually resulted in anything different at school or changed any staff behavior. All you've done is remove flags, waste money, and violate the rules that govern your conduct. Such accomplishments. I guess I should stop supporting the recall then.
Gary Audie, followed by Riley.
Dr. Komrosky, board members and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the president of Bike Temecula Valley, a nonprofit that advocates for safe cycling and safe streets. I'm here tonight to speak about some recent progress we've made in our school district and in the city regarding bicycle safety. This topic, student safety, should be our #1 priority and something that our school board and community should be able to get together on. Nationwide, children are treated for bike injuries at a rate of 600 per day. All you need to do is go watch our ingress and egress at our schools, and you can see what kind of a situation we have for bicycle and pedestrian safety. Let me start by thanking the board and Interim Superintendent Dr. Velez and Director of Safety and Security Mr. Vickery for supporting an organized effort to develop a stellar bicycle safety and education program for TVUSD. I hope it is our hope is that we can continue to support this process and work together. Beginning tomorrow at Red Hawk Elementary School, in cooperation with the School Resource Officer Program, BTB will be attending assemblies at all TVUSD elementary schools over the next couple of months to provide bicycle safety protocol and support the Caught with Your Helmet program. Caught with Your Helmet is a BTV program that provides gift certificates. TVUSD students are caught riding their bike while properly wearing a helmet. All TVUSD resource officers have access to these certificates, and those deputies are the main distributors of the certificates to our students. We're thankful that Mr. Vickery's office has also supplied all schools with valuable education on e-bike and bike safety in general. It has been discussed at our Bike Safety Committee, and we're hopeful to pursue a structured, ongoing bike education program, as well as hopefully give our SROs an
Riley, followed by Beth Sauls.
So if I don't get shouted down this time. All right, so my name is Riley, and I've been going to TVUSD schools for most of my life. And today, I wanted to do a couple things, which is thank Komrowski, Wiersma, and Gonzalez for the work you have done in keeping your promise of the people of Temecula to prevent some of these wretched teachers from indoctrinating children and ruining their lives. It's quite fun. Something I wanted to bring up to all of you is that on my way to a class at MSJC yesterday morning, there was a student collecting recall signatures at the front entrance. And when I got close by, I heard her say to multiple people that you three banned LGBTQ clubs, which is an outright lie. And this isn't a desperate last attempt to get signatures. And I confronted her that she is lying, and she continued to claim that you three banned the clubs in, like I said, a last desperate, pathetic attempt to get recall signatures. And I just wanted to play the audio for all of you real quick. No, they didn't. You're lying.
I'm lying.
Yeah, you are. I go to every single school board meeting. She's lying.
I'm at the school board meeting planning right now.
They did not ban LGBTQ clubs.
Yes, they
You're
did.
wrong. No, they didn't.
Okay, what about the flag then?
What? They banned any flag that's not the California
But
state
why?
flag or the United States flag.
But why?
These teachers were being political in class.
Okay.
Why are teachers being political in class? They're paid with my tax dollars.
It's
They shouldn't
the
be being
students.
political
You
in
think the
class.
teachers are the ones bringing the flags in? It's the students. The students do not.
But the teachers are still hanging up those flags on public grounds. Although those students might have bought the $12 flag on Amazon, those teachers are still hanging it up on taxpayer-funded buildings.
Okay.
So they did not ban those clubs.
Yes, they did.
Wow, yes, they did. Just wanted to bring that up to you. So they're outright lying to get signatures. Thank you for the time.
Beth Sauls, followed by Milana Cubana.
Hello, I'm here for two reasons tonight. One is that commitments that were made to me by the district with regard to resolving our issues were not followed up on. Two is that new information became available to me on October 24th that what the school and the district were concealing all along was not just misconduct and lying, it was a crime. On that day, a sheriff's deputy, one that works for Riverside County but is not an SRO, watched the video of teacher Kruger grabbing my son's arm and explained to me that if this same exact incident had occurred at the Promenade Mall and this same video evidence was produced, a ticket for battery would have been issued on the spot. Dr. Velez, she told me I could call her Kim, was the first person affiliated with this school district to acknowledge to me that she understood that I had been speaking truthfully about this incident since day one. I have 12 pages of notes with the content of 2 meetings with her. I am going to share a very tiny sample of that content with you, and I do this because, unbelievably, it appears that some people in your employment are trying to actually take back some of the acknowledgement that has already been given to me. Where I represent the exact wording, you can be sure that it is. If anyone disputes this, I am happy to sit down and walk through the entire content of these conversations. I asked Kim if she had seen the video and if she had seen the security consultant's report about it, and I asked her if she acknowledged what happened or is the district still disputing it. She said, I've read all your emails, I actually watched the video, I'm not debating any of your points that you've made in your email and the video, I'm not debating any of that. I would say that your points are pretty valid. She apologized on behalf of HR. Mr. Morton, she apologized on behalf of everybody. In our next meeting, She acknowledged what I had been saying for months, that I had initially been shown video evidence that was altered to obscure what had happened. She was careful with her words, but she opened the meeting with, to our knowledge, somebody took a video of the original and it's flipped and turned and it's grainy. That bothered me about the investigation. That's a problem. I don't like that. It's not transparent. The rest of this will have to be in your email because I'm out of time. And here's the pictures of your teacher grabbing my son. Video.
Alana, followed by Stephanie Dawson.
Hello. Firstly, Veterans Day just passed, and I just want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank you, Dr. K, for your service to our country, and to thank everyone in this room who served. We really appreciate you. Thank you. Secondly, and to my point, the recall effort against R3 is built on deception. Many will agree with me that this nonsense is exhausting our community. We've seen the recall activists provide false information in order to gather signatures, like we just heard in Riley's recording. No one banned any clubs. If a recall is well-deserved and needed, why do they need to lie to people to get signatures? We've seen the recall activists cross every line, attacking and harassing our 3 board members every chance they get. They've spread lies about their families and even put their names on tombstones this past October. How is this behavior acceptable? How is this behavior adult behavior? This is nonsense. They've accused the 3 of wasting money, but in truth, their false accusations have wasted money. Photoshopped images, fake emails from myyahoo.com, this is reeking of desperation and slander. Thank you to the 3 for defending parental rights and pushing for our schools to focus on education, not personal views and politics. Thank you for selecting a qualified superintendent. I'm looking forward to a new chapter in our community. Thank you.
Stephanie Dawson, followed by Lynn.
Quick question, am I allowed to give my time up to the mom who couldn't finish? I'm asking the board. Yeah, she mentioned she couldn't finish her time. I was just asking. Okay. I'm ready. As a reminder, according to TVUSD bylaws, quote, the Board of Trustees has been elected by the community to provide leadership and citizenship oversight over the district. The board shall ensure that the district is responsible to the values, beliefs, and priorities of the community. Bylaw section 9000, item 2A, states that the duties of the board is to employ the superintendent. Now I'd like to take a quick trip down memory lane. Between the start of the COVID shutdowns and by 2022, many parents throughout this time had begun to realize just how damaging the shutdowns, the isolation, the endless mandates, and what the COVID environment within our schools was doing to our children. The demographics of children that took the biggest hits were those in need of special services, young children in critical developmental stages, and teens. Many realized that the damage that COVID had done in our schools was far worse than the actual threat of the virus. With that being said, many of us took to our school boards for help. Here in Temecula, the response we received from the school board at the time and the superintendent was shameful. There was no empathy whatsoever, and over time, they became even more dismissive and insulting to us parents. As an example, I'm going to read the guidance on masks issued by California Department of Public Health during this time. Their guidance states that schools were to, quote, develop and implement local protocols to enforce the mask mandates. Under this provision, schools retain the flexibility to tailor protocols for enforcing the mask requirements to their local circumstances. What did our district and school admin choose to do in regard to enforcing the mask mandates? They choose to issue cruel punishment to students. And that was the response of the board and the superintendent. And what was the response of the board and superintendent? When these punishments were brought to their attention, they insulted us, dismissed us, and labeled what we had to say misinformation and disinformation. Jody McClay used those words herself. The board and superintendent failed our children and failed our community. A new majority, we vowed to have a new majority voted in, and that's exactly what we did. Our new majority has now voted for a new superintendent, and that is exactly what.
Lynn Pinnock, followed by Josh Sherling.
To the board, I'm appalled at the lack of respect shown to you by teachers.
It's abhorrent that one student gets ridiculed and lambasted for speaking his truth about a teacher, yet another student can call a teacher a racist and is celebrated. The hypocrisy is deafening. Crazy how these same teachers expect respect in their classrooms, but can't seem to give it in this setting. Now's probably a good time to consider your behavior, considering there's a new boss that might actually hold you accountable. Thank you for releasing the COLA funds so that now teachers can support clubs and work longer than they're contracted. Too bad the teachers couldn't see fit to thank you themselves. Thank you, Dr. K, Jenny, and Danny, for saving us taxpayers in the district $100,000 a year now that we no longer have to pay the union president's salary. Mrs. Barkley and Mr. Schwartz, why did you hire former Mayor Edwards as a community engagement and career technology coordinator in 2018 for $19,000, and then 1 year later increase her salary to a whopping $94,000, and in 2020 an astounding $98,000? What results did you see from that position to warrant such a high salary? Mr. Schwartz, why is the district supposedly hemorrhaging funds, as you say, when Edgar Diaz, TVA union president, said there was about an $80 million surplus? Okay, and what exact academic awards were earned during Mrs. McClay's tenure? From available research, the only award any school received recently was the Green Ribbon for being environmentally friendly. From 1995 to 2014, we had 23 distinguished schools. PABA and Red Hawk have kept their blue ribbon status and are the only ones out of 31 schools. Where was the community input on her hire? Oh, wait, there was none. She was ushered in after Ritter retired by the chagrin of teachers.
Josh Shearling, followed by Preston Miller.
This is a quick picture of my wife's arm. There's bruises. She is an ABIA in the STEPS class at Alamos. They've been without a teacher for 9 months. She deals with being scratched, bit. She chases after kids who are eloping. I beg her to quit. I beg her. She's so talented at so many other things. Why can we not find people? We don't support the salaries for them to do the work. Because I would love for my wife to be a floral designer, work at McDonald's. My kids go to Bella Vista, my middle kids. I see what that crosswalk worker deals with. It's like Gandalf and the Balrog. She says, "You shall not pass," but the Balrog's BMW don't care. We need to hire more people. I love Heidi doing the same job over at Alamos. We need to support all of our teachers, all of our classified workers. Somebody mentioned about the things that you should be doing, we could be doing. That's the kind of thing that you guys have the power to do. Had more to say, please. Our classified, our admin staff, our administration, they're amazing. They're doing great work. They're superheroes without capes. Please give them a living salary that could have them stay, and then we can get people here that want to do that kind of work. Thank you for your time.
Preston Miller, followed by Steve Campos.
I know I know what career kids have to go through in this district because I was one of them. My friends were one of them. And that was before all of this. And due to your recent actions, I can only imagine what it's like for queer students now. So when you say you care about the children, you don't mean all of them. You mean you care about students who aren't trans, you care about students who aren't gay, and you care about students who aren't queer when their only crime is existing. And if they are any of those things, then Lord help them, because you sure as hell won't. Transgender students are kicked out of their home for being trans, even here within our own community, and yet you stand strong that your outing policy is harmless and an important part of parental rights. Again, if a child doesn't feel safe enough to tell their parents, they have a good reason for doing so. It's beyond messed up that you're taking away the one safe place that a child could have in a world outside of an unsafe household environment. So don't quote your Litter podcast or pretend that there isn't blood on your hands when an ally of the queer community or a queer person themselves is murdered. With all the hate that you invite into this country, don't look down. I don't want to see a single thought in prayer for when... I don't want to see a single thought in prayer. I want to see your actions change. But unfortunately, I don't think I'll see that in my lifetime. And that's why we need to recall all three. The teachers union leader is paid, and suddenly you hypocrites, or rather I'm talking about one hypocrite here specifically, are suddenly more concerned about the money. It could have gone towards buses and transportation, education. Yeah, kind of like all the money you've wasted on your inane, politically driven policies. You know, a lot of people say that I need to be more professional so that you take me seriously. I disagree. I don't need to be more professional. I'm going to get you out of office regardless. And I will be the harbinger of your doom.
Steve Campos, followed by Christopher Bout.
So, welcome Dr. Woods to Temecula. Board, I'd like to thank you guys for your continual work that you do. I want to thank the vets in our community who served our country and for everything that you guys do as well. And I know we're not going to probably hear it from other teachers, but thank you for the increases in the COLA. I know we had to be patient, but I thank you for that. And for those of you who don't understand how contracts are written, language is borrowed constantly from other organizations to write ARs, to write BPs, to write union contracts. It's a common thing that people do. It's just something that, so just so people know when they say they copy or they're plagiarizing, no, it's just common in the industry and the business. And on another note, today we had our turkey trot at Bell Ranch, and I'm hoping that we're able to continue to support our programs because we've had some great students there. Today we had Great Oak students there, some of them who started out as other athletes, and they ended up being cross-country, and we just had actually 2 students who got scholarships to Cal, when originally they were basketball players when they came in. And so the program that is being funded there, please fund that program because we have so many great kids doing great and amazing things there. And another one, Science Olympiad. I know through the middle school in the past, that's never been funded. And so now hopefully with some newfound money that we can fund those programs because those programs are making a difference in people's lives. And then now when we discuss other monies, well, those of you in the special ed department with the IAs and EAs, one thing I would like the new superintendent to do is to take a look at the cost of what our SELPA costs us now that we're doing it individually as opposed to what it cost when we were working with Riverside County Office of Ed, because that money can be funded to hire those people, and that hiring process should be something that is taken up with HRD. They should be out recruiting for those positions. And that's it for this time. Thank you very much.
Christopher Bout, followed by Cameron Brown.
Sorry, I'm so clumsy. Sorry.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm Christopher Bout, local parent, Area 5, I might add. Firstly, I would like to extend a big welcome to Dr. Woods. I pray that your tenure here be long, fruitful, and successful. I can't wait to see some of the changes that Dr. Woods might bring on. And Board of Trustees, thank you for getting this done. What people sometimes don't know, the hiring of a superintendent is your job, so thank you for doing your job and for doing it well. I want to express my gratitude specifically for a number of things that you guys accomplished this past year, namely, you protected our kids from CRT, pornography, and sexually explicit
Chris, can materials.
materials.
You lower that backpack? Thank you. You're obstructing view. Thank you. You know, you're obstructing view. We'll reset his time if we have to. Yeah. We're gonna restart his time, and the backpack goes down. Yeah. People with the signs in the backpacks, no obstructing view. Thank you. That's fine. You're not obstructing. All right.
You protected our kids from CRT, pornography, and sexually explicit curriculum, so thank you. You passed teacher pay raises. You passed a flag policy unifying us around the American flag. Thank you. You passed parental notification, honoring and restoring parental rights. Thank you. And you put the right person as superintendent, so praise the Lord for that. Thank you. You did all of these things in the face of incredible hatred, lies, and vitriol, and childish behavior coming from the fringe left. The extreme left fringe who's backing the recall cannot present any facts, only relies on lies, emotion, and deception. They accuse our board of creating chaos when they themselves are the ones creating the chaos. They have been given over to a depraved mind, and all we can do is pray for them. So thank you, board. Schwartz and Barclay, I'm sorry I got nothing for you. Maybe just read Matthew 18, learn to swim. Thank you.
Cameron Brown. Cameron Brown. Followed by Greg Langworthy.
To preface, this speech is not directed towards any board member. Banning depictions of violence and profanity in curriculum do not protect our children. It shelters them from reality. I say our, as they are the future we will see in the years to come. Demonstrating through our actions that those with different backgrounds and traumatic experiences are a bad thing only brings us as a community backwards in time. Reading books that include topics such as sexual violence and pedophilia, when displayed as a bad thing, are not detrimental to our children's educational development. Implementing a program where books can be flagged as potentially objectionable material, the decision for the individual student can be decided by the guardian. A waiver having been signed by the guardian to the school would ensure that the student is being guided through the reading or that the guardian has deemed their child mature enough to read the material. Growing up in a community, Illinois, that fosters individual maturing, I can assure anyone who asks, students will find their way. A large part of my identity I found through reading in my elementary and middle school years, finding what I knew was wrong and how to identify it, and how to be a good friend to others. Reading what is ethically wrong does not convert one, but rather demonstrates what is not okay. Through the words written on pages, are people able to further understand the impact of these actions, such as bullying, violence, and more. Being recognized as a school district by the Governor of California was not a beneficial thing in any way. An assembly bill, specifically Assembly Bill 1078, was made in response to the actions of this school district as a district. Being penalized for prohibiting a specific curriculum because the board decided that having someone who was gay included in a supplemental reading in a textbook was worse than potentially paying up to $1 million fine that did not come out of their pockets, but out of our pockets, out of the school district's pockets. And this is not only disheartening to the community, but to those who have fought for representation for many years. We need to find a solution, not fight to fight.
Greg Langworthy, followed by Jennifer Bach.
So I'm just here to support the board again, support all the board. And specifically, I'm thankful for the new superintendent. The job of the board is to hire the superintendent. I don't think this is a reflection on Kimberly Velez. She did a great job as an interim. And the board needed to select the person they thought would best reflect the vision of the board. I think that's what they've done. The focus on the pledge to our American flag, I think, was extremely important. I think that's the focus of the board, is getting back to the traditions of America, one nation under God, the rule of law under our Constitution. All of you take an oath to the Constitution. That's reflected in the focus of the board. The commitment to the California Ed Code, commitment to teach the kids morality, truth, justice, and patriotism. I think that's the focus of the board, and the superintendent needs to reflect that commitment. And then to reflect the commitment of how we resolve our disputes. even though we have vigorous debates, we need to treat each other with respect, and our American flag really reflects that. We're one nation under God. Everyone's created by God and therefore is entitled to equal respect, and that's why CRT really need to be removed, that it was judging kids on the content, not on the content of their character, but on the color of their skin. And we don't want to teach kids that. Everyone deserves respect because each one is created equal. So, board, appreciate the work you're doing. This has not been easy, but I am encouraged that you're going in the direction you're going. Thank you.
Jennifer Bach, followed by Jennifer Cotton. Oh, no.
I don't have a speech ready for you today. I just want to come up here and reflect that this is grossly disappointing and frustrating and embarrassing. I know that we are capable of being respectful and dignified human beings and adults who can fulfill the roles and responsibilities that we were made to fulfill. And this is more than embarrassing. This is tense. This is frustrating. I don't like being here like this. I shake up here, and I'm not a timid person. I don't like being in this room. I hate the way people talk to each other. I hate the way they laugh at each other. They name call, they point, and I say they, but it's we, it's us, it's everyone in this room, and I hate it. We can do better. We need to do better. There are so many things that are encompassed in the roles and responsibilities that you have there. And I know that you're capable of doing them. If you're going to refuse to do them, fake it till you make it at least. Please, for our district, for my kids, at least try to make it look like you care for both sides of arguments. At least try to look like you're going to do your job for the roles you were fulfilled, for all the voters that voted for you or against you. This is incomprehensible that we are at this level, that we are arguing about these things, that we're name-calling, that we're laughing at each other, that we're mocking, that we're glad that people are frustrated, like you're proud of this. I don't think anybody in here has the right to be proud of this district and this board right now, unfortunately. I want to be proud of this community. I want to be proud of this school district. I moved here for the schools, but I'm not. I'm ashamed. And it makes me want to move. It makes me want to get my kids.
Jennifer, followed by Valerie.
Good evening. I would like to address Jen Wiersma's recent visit to Alamos last month for our Friday flag assembly for our watchdog. That's okay, walk away. I'll email it to you, okay? Where she allegedly said and stated that teachers harassed her. We all know how Miss Wiersma loves to manipulate the facts to serve herself. I'm here tonight to set the record straight. Miss Wiersma showed up to our school that day and should have parked and walked directly into the school. She did not. She pulled over to the side, parked, got out her videotape, and videotaped the warm welcome that we greeted her with at the front of the school. Then she waited until teachers began walking into campus. She approached us. She tried to engage with us. We did nothing wrong. She continued to follow us onto campus, not once, not twice, 3 times, and spewing what she does. We were disgraceful to her. How could you do this to us? Not okay. Any parent that was on that street that day was there to support the teachers and what she was saying to us. They were very respectful with their words, unlike Miss Wiersma, who, by the way, followed another parent to her car that day after they signed the recall to harass her. Miss Wiersma then decided she was the one who harassed and called Dr. Velez. At that point, teachers from my school were pulled out of class, bargaining meetings which were completely unfounded with our statements. Shame on you, Ms. Wiersma. Even our watchdogs decided they didn't want to take part in it with her pizza party because the money was from her and affiliated with her. She does not respect teachers, and we don't need her. Thank you.
Valerie? Valerie? Is that Valerie? Oh, followed by Rusty.
I thought I knew what I was going to say when I came up here. I don't know anymore. This is crazy, guys. Crazy. First of all, I want to say I'm not for or against anyone. I am not red. I am not blue. I'm not left. I am not right. I am a mom. I'm a mom who wants her son to be able to continue to go to school. And oh my God, I'm going to cry. I got a letter from the school yesterday saying he's going to be disenrolled because he has a medical waiver. And they're not going to accept it anymore. It came out of left field. I had no idea. I have until Friday to decide what I'm going to do with my son. Help me. Tell me what to do. I don't know what to do. I am not going to go get him vaccinated. No, that's not an option. Homeschooling, I can't homeschool him. He needs to be in school. He needs to be with his friends and his teacher who he adores. I shouldn't even have to be here discussing this right now. I want him to go to school. I don't want to be faced with this. What can I do? Just tell me what I can do. It has been a crappy 3 years for me with other stuff dealing with my daughter being sick. And now I'm faced with this. What do I do? Help me. I don't even know what else to say. I thought I knew what I was going to say. But that's all I want to say. Help me keep my son in school. Don't tell me I have to take him out. Yesterday, I get the letter. They're saying he'll be disenrolled on Friday. Who does it? He's in 4th grade. 4th grade. I have nothing else.
Ma'am, I'm going to have you talk to Mr. Vickery in the back right there. I want you to give your contact information, and somebody from our office will contact you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Rusty? Followed by Emil.
Sorry about the chicken scratch on my thing there. I know it was tough to read. This is from my wife. She wanted to speak tonight, but she is home caring for my son who recently had surgery, so I'm going to be reading her statement. Before I speak on school board issues, I want to express my sorrow and support for the people of Israel after the unprovoked attack and slaughter of men, women, and children, as well as the kidnapping of hundreds of non-combatants by the terrorist organization Hamas. Now I want to tell you a story I heard recently about a local school board. It sounds incredible and beyond belief, but I've been assured that it's true. At the meetings, there is one toxic person in particular who never offers anything of substance or constructive in nature. Instead, she makes and encourages personal attacks against certain people on the board and their family members. She has gone so far as to denigrate their faith and to minimize serious health conditions of people on the board. Her attacks against one person in particular on the board is especially vitriolic. She's gone so far as to stalk and take photographs at non-school related events. She's been so petty and sophomoric as to mention how often this board member has worn a particular piece of clothing. Last school board meeting, this same person created a disturbance involving herself, the school board president's wife, and an ASB student. She then lied about the part played by each person and then encouraged the student to play the victim falsely. Apparently, these students are now saying they feel unsafe attending school board meetings and are unwilling to attend in person. This is ridiculous. The student is under the misconception that she can say anything she wants, be disrespectful and dishonest, and then claim victimhood when her actions are called out. This is embarrassing behavior coming from an ASB officer. As for the adult, she plays the part of an agitator, fomenting disorder and encouraging near anarchy in the meetings. Even though this person's actions are beyond the pale of what is reasonable, the school board president has continued to show patience time and again. If this is allowed at official school board meetings, are they then teaching their students that this behavior is acceptable? That this is the way democracy operates? That this is the way adults deal with each other even if they disagree? I hope not. But if it is it any wonder we hear so many stories of students essentially running the classroom?
Emil, followed by Marissa.
I'm going to pass this time. Emil. He doesn't want to trip over the sign. It's like, I'll pass.
Marissa Stange.
Hi, my name is Marissa. I've been a parent at TVUSD since 2010. My two oldest are graduates from Great Oak High School, and I still have 3 working their way through the district, 1 finishing up at Great Oak, and the littles are still over at Jackson. In general, my question to you tonight is, what are you missing? While you're busy with the spectacle that keeps happening in this room, meeting after meeting, what in the district is being missed? I can tell you one problem, and maybe sounds a little small compared to all the things that we're talking about tonight, but one problem being overlooked that has affected my senior. Her year got off to a really rough start, having to adjust her schedule. Much to her disappointment, her choir teacher is now being shared with TVHS. Just like I tell my kids, sharing is caring. And I'm glad the initial plan to move him to, sorry, I'm so nervous up here. TVHS completely was adjusted to him working 2 periods, the first 2 periods at Great Oak, and then the remainder of the day over at TVHS. But due to this scheduling change, she had to make a really hard choice because now the 2 choirs at Great Oak are in the morning. And she had to choose between completing a CTE pathway or staying in these choirs that she has worked really hard for 3 years to get into. And she wasn't the only one that had to make this tough choice. Mr. Park not only was teaching choir at Great Oak, but he also ran the guitar program. I can't imagine how those students must have felt losing their whole program just before the school year started. We're lucky enough to have an amazing choir teacher, and he has continued to be committed to the students at both high schools. However, I don't feel like the position he's been put in is right. It's pretty wrong that he had to split himself and these kids had to choose their classes. So why didn't the district hire a new choir teacher? And is there a plan to hire one? Like, what's going to happen with the program at Great Oak? Because, that's just going to basically close out the whole choir program there.
Okay, so that's it for public comments there. Now we're on to consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and all will be enacted with one voice. There's no discussion of consent calendar items unless members of the governing board or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. So basically, item number 9 was removed in the beginning. I know Mr. Schwartz had, he wants discussion on 1 and 5.
Well,
so
I think 1 was taken care of.
It was?
I checked the minutes.
Okay, good.
1 was taken
Thank you,
care
Mr.
of.
Schwartz.
Thank you.
What about number 5?
Number 5 is an issue in the warrants that I'd like to address.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Schwartz. You said you wanted to do number 5, right?
Yes.
Can I, before you do that, because
We have public
I'd like to
comments.
ask, you mentioned the conversation in the warrant list was regarding the
Attorney fees.
attorney's fees.
Yes.
Are we going to discuss that in information items? He was interested in the figures on the warrant list.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking that we might be able to save ourselves some time.
That's fine if we leave it for there but not approve it. That's fine. No problem. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, we do have.
Keep it pulled, and then we'll talk about it in that later
Great.
discussion item, then we can approve it or not, when we
Exactly.
get there.
Thank you.
Would that work?
Nice. Save
I
some
think
time.
so. I mean, we can
I
pull
think
it
we can
and
approve
vote
it.
in that
It's
session.
just the discussion.
Okay.
He
Okay.
wanted the figures to be part
So
of
we
that
don't
I
discussion.
just want to
Twice.
leave it out till we do the other
Yeah.
discussion.
Okay.
Number 5, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Sounds
okay.
good.
So we have public comments right now. How many? 2? Okay, we can do those. Want to stay at 2 minutes apiece and be consistent, or 3?
Well, we could give them 3 if there's only 2 comments.
Oh, yeah.
Which item?
Three and 5. Personnel items listing and then warrant list.
Right.
It's the same thing. So I say 2 to be consistent, whatever the board wants.
Whatever, that's fine. That's
2
fine.
minutes. All right, 2 minutes. All right, we got two speakers. Thanks, Lene.
First up is Edgar, followed by Christy McClure.
Well, I'm here to just say thank you to the transitions that are happening to our temporary contracts that are moving over to probationary. There's 33 individuals who will now have a full-time contract moving in, so that way they will not have their July pay missed. They will have benefits that are continuous throughout the summer. And I know that there are temporary people who are there to fill in for needs for individuals who are on positions outside of classrooms. We just hope that, TVA hopes that we continue to move and transition people into probationary contracts, to give the commitment to them for what they've done to be able to move from a different district and give that commitment to the district to provide a quality service. And we're able to provide a commitment to them so that they have the ability to count on having a job the next year. Thank you so much.
Christy McClure.
Can I just move mine to information reports 3 as well, since Warren List moved to that?
Sure.
It's appropriate, it makes more
She was going
sense.
to talk on 5 also.
Okay, so now we're looking at approving 1 through 4 and 6 through 44. Do I have a motion and a second?
9 was pulled, correct?
Yeah, 9 was pulled.
Okay. Moved.
Oh, yeah, you know what? All right, let me get really specific. 1 through 4, 6 through 8, 10 through 44.
Correct.
I have a motion for Mr. Schwartz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second for Mr. Gonzalez. Lene, would you mind with roll?
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barclay.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Kromrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. All those are enacted except for 5, which we'll talk about in information and reports. Is that where?
Correct.
Under which section did we agree?
Allison was talking on
3?
number 3.
Okay, so I'll do 5, and then we can be reminded maybe, unless I forget to vote that in.
Could we
Okay.
take 5 minutes? Unless you want to keep going.
Yeah, I'd rather not. Let's just.
No, okay, let's go. That's fine.
Go grab one.
I want to talk to that lady. I want to get her information, make sure, the one from Grado. make sure-
Okay, information reports, gifted and talented education program. We have Mrs. Diaz. Sorry, Mrs. Diaz.
That's
Hold
all
on
right.
a second. Perfect, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Governing Board. Thank you for the opportunity to share an update and information on our Gifted and Talented Education Program. What you're going to see this evening is a summary overview of what GATE, as we refer to it, looks like within TVUSD, especially as it relates to Board Policy 6172. And as I begin, I also want to give credit to Educational Support Services, especially Lisa Brown and Anna Tapley, who worked very closely in our meeting on this and our presentation. So thank you. Turn it on. So our GATE numbers are represented here. Overall, as a district, we have 8.8% of our students who do qualify as GATE. Of that, elementary is 28%, our middle school is 26%, and high school is 26%. Or, I'm sorry, high school is 46%. Please note that our elementary numbers are a reflection of the point that it is our 4th and 5th graders who have that timeline for screening. And so the percentage might be a little lower because it's 3rd grade where that process begins. And I also want to note that the qualification process as we start for GATE in our program starts with a universal screener. So I'm going to talk about this, and then I'll talk a little bit about what GATE is and what it looks like in our classrooms. Our Gifted and Talented Education Program and qualification process will begin at grade 3 for recommendation with the universal screener, and that usually happens between January and February. And then what occurs after that is teacher and parent surveys are given and collected to try to match that original initial result that we get from that universal screener. In May, when we have our student high-stakes test with the CASP, we will spend some time collecting that data and making sure that if the students have moved along in the process based on teacher and parent survey, that they are scoring proficient in ELA and math. And then that notification process and the results happen at the start of the new semester, the new year in August, once all of those results have been found. Not a lot of people know that in your gifted and talented education program, there's multiple ways that a student can be identified and qualified. I want to note when looking at this list and these categories that it's very important to understand that TVUSD students possess all of these skills. We are working every day to inspire and foster these talents in every student. That means creative ability, visual arts, performing arts, leadership, intellectual ability, high achievement, specific academics. It reads like a mission statement for Temecula Valley Unified School District, and it's what our highly acclaimed and talented teachers foster every day. When we're looking at the GATE qualification under these categories, we also recognize that we have some students who excel in one of these areas specifically, at least one. And that's what could lead them through the process for that GATE qualification. Knowing this, it's important to understand that when we speak about GATE in TVUSD, we aren't talking about a place, we aren't talking about a thing. We are talking about a program that is difficult sometimes to point to because of the diversity that our students represent who may qualify underneath this umbrella. So for example, I might have a student who has been identified under leadership and performing arts whose nightmare would be to be put in a math classroom every day. But I might have a student who has some creative ability and intellectual ability in the area of mathematics who would thrive in that setting. So for that reason, we have to be very mindful that we're not creating a one-size-fits-all scenario for our students and doing what we do in our levels of differentiation and specific response for the needs moving forward. So when I talk about differentiating instruction, let me show you what I mean. A term that's frequently used within GATE is differentiated instruction. So just to read the definition up here, differentiated instruction is the process of tailoring lessons or content to meet each student's individual interests, needs, and strengths. Teaching this way gives students choice and flexibility in how they learn and helps teachers personalize learning. So as you have all walked through classrooms, there have been some covert things that happen behind the scenes and key elements that teachers consider versus examples of differentiation that you may see overtly as you're walking around the campuses and in the classrooms. Key elements considered by our teachers who are trained in this area, and I want to note, this is not easy. Differentiation is an added layer of stress in a teacher's day, and it's done well, but it's an added consideration in the time that they invest and put into what's going on in their classroom. Planning for content, process, and product. Learner access and the readiness, interest, and learning preferences and environment. And luckily, we do have a lot of curriculum that helps us differentiate with areas. If we ask the 4 questions of, what do we want the students to learn? How are we going to know if they get it? What are we going to do if they get it? And what are we going to do if they didn't? For the students that are getting it based on that formative daily data, we have to differentiate for them in real time. So that means allowing them to access more above and beyond, but doing so in a way where we might see examples of small group instruction, student choice, text level, enrichment activities, visual and auditory, goal setting, basically looking at manipulatives or choice of strategy, choice of work product, flexible seating, variety and types of assessments. These are all things that occur in our classrooms every day. When our students who are identified as GATE move into that secondary element and secondary world, we start to see that there's some pathways that absolutely start to open up for them. Yes, differentiation still occurs in our classroom, but a student who's going into that secondary venue gets more access to different components as it relates to classes, accelerated learning, and clubs, for example, extracurriculars and things that occur within the day. So outside of differentiation, we can see things that represent creative ability, visual arts, and performing arts, leadership, intellectual, high achievement, specific academics. This is why it's so important to know our students and to understand where they're coming from, because we also bear the responsibility to inspire our students and put them a place on track for areas that are going to meet their needs of acceleration, especially where they identify. So for example, if I'm looking at a student who who is excelling in the area of leadership, that student may be put very, very early on a peer leader pathway or an ASB pathway. A student who's looking at areas of intellectual high achievement and specific academics might be taking accelerated courses into our AP Capstone program, into our IB Baccalaureate Diploma program at Great Oak High School. Additionally, we have areas like AP Capstone Club, Writers Club, mock trial, speech and debate, yearbook, poetry club, etc. So what I'm trying to paint the picture of for you is that as we get to know our students through the elementary years, by the time they're entering into secondary, we're very strategic in ushering those students towards pathways as their areas of acceleration. And then, of course, it goes without saying, and most importantly, our partnerships for success. We need to be able to make sure that our partnership in this student's journey includes our parents, our teachers, and our counselors, and the most important person in all of this, the students. And there's opportunities to do this throughout the years, very specific times that students have chances to meet with their counselors, and those counselors work with them to find the right pathways, the right courses, and the right interests that are going to lead and foster their success. So gifted and talented education in TVUSD is not a location, it's a process and a layer that is put in intentionally to our students' academic programs so that they can get what they need, that we can learn more about where they strive in areas of success, and we can place them in those components and environments that are going to bring them to their greatest level of success. So I hope that that answers your question. I know that this was something that we wanted to hear more about. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them for you. Dr. Komrosky?
Thank you, Mrs. Davis. When I met with you, Mrs. Brown, and Mrs. Taplia, we talked about a brochure, a pamphlet that could be handed out. Did anything come of that?
Yes, we are working on that right now. We have Lisa Brown through Assessment and Accountability and Anna Tapley through our curriculum and instruction. And a lot of what you just saw up here will be included in that, but more importantly, specifics in looking at what that pathway could subscribe to for that secondary experience.
Thank you. Yeah, and I learned a lot from you three because I wanted to, do something better, and it was basically a learning experience all around, and I really liked your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well,
Any other questions?
Yeah, do kids have an opportunity to get in at a later stage?
Yes.
In other words, if somebody in 6th grade says, wow, this kid is really good at visual arts, or you should see the computer programs he writes, they have the chance to slide into the program at another point?
Yes, that initial screening process happens in 3rd grade, but we do have students who are recommended up through high school.
Great, thank you. Oh, that's okay.
My microphone. I was watching, never mind. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to say that I appreciate that. I know that actually Dr. Komrosky and I had a quick discussion about that. My daughter, I'm a proud papa of a Gates student, and we were actually talking about that because we didn't really know what it was or where it fit into the whole spectrum of education, and things have changed a lot from the time we were at school. But I would like to encourage the district to funnel more resources and give those Gates students even more opportunities, especially at the elementary and middle school level, to get into those more challenging opportunities and events and trips and things like that. So I'm fully supportive of that, and thank you for bringing it to attention and teaching me a little bit about what's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. And absolutely, we, as you know, are interested in our constant state of improvement of TVUSD, but also notably that the Budget Act in 2014 changed things for us a little bit, because at that time, GATE was no longer considered a categorical program, so the funding that had been received was no longer there. So us looking at things in intentional ways, especially in opportunities, as you've just mentioned, we'll look into that. Thank you.
So I really appreciate this. This has been really interesting. My kids, where we used to live, that district, not in California, had a magnet gifted program where kids tested in at kindergarten, and they were with the same class of all kids who had tested in the program all the way through. And then there were some really cool options moving to middle school or high school. My son started high school in 7th grade because that was one of the pathways. I personally loved it. There were so many amazing advantages to it. It is a different way to do GATE than what we do here. Would that ever be something that our district would look or consider doing, a type of magnet? And I hear what you're saying, there's so many different domains, and this definitely was an academic magnet, not necessarily in those other areas that you spoke about, which I love to see that there are 7 different domains that are looked at for kids. But it was just a really rich educational experience for my kids, and the fact they got to stick with the same kids their whole time, it was really cool. But anyway, I'm just curious if you think that ever could work in a district like this?
You know, it's interesting about that. It's really kind of the model that we would aspire to for all of our sites, to have something similar, especially in that feeling of cohesion and belonging and having an opportunity to feel that rigor and acceleration. When we look at the possibility of that, nothing's ever off the table, but part of what our entry point in for GATE has been is that we have so many students that are deserving of so many things. All of our students are deserving. And what we recognized over time with some of our GATE students, especially in these categories that you've recognized, is that we may have students who just aren't great test takers. And so you have a student who just doesn't get that proficient score on ELA and math that year, or they don't do a great job on the Raven. But everything else demonstrates acceleration and the ability to handle rigor in the classroom, or a leader. And of course, we always want our students to use their powers for good. So sometimes our leaders are the most vocal in class, and we're trying to channel them to find a safe and positive outlet for their energy. But looking at it in that way, it becomes a little bit more difficult to pinpoint one thing that would be able to channel all of that, rather than a focus and added resources across our campuses so that all students and most students can have that same feeling.
Yeah, I understand. There were definite pros and cons, and believe me, there was a lot that went in when people got the test results back from their pre-K kid, if they got in or didn't get in. So there was a lot involved. But yeah, I'd really be interested to kind of talk more about GATE programming also with you all, and dual immersion.
Yeah.
My other passion.
Thank you, Mrs.
But
Barclay.
yes, thank you so much.
Anything else? Okay.
Yeah, one more thing. One thing that I asked when I was with you three was that I wanted more money for infrastructure, but then I quickly realized I couldn't do that because of the diverse nature of the 7 branches of the GATE. That was the first thing I thought. I was like, well, we need a building for them, for these students to go to, and I was, like I said, it was educational, so thank you.
Thank you. And I want to encourage all of our parents for our STEM nights, our math nights, our reading nights, our opportunities of leadership that we have on our elementary sites. We know our children best as parents, and so to bring your children to those things and watch how they thrive in those capacities, especially if that's an area of talent for you. So we will continue to grow in those programs as well. So thank you, Dr. Komrosky.
And any last minute thought, sorry, they're coming back to me now. What about the 7 pathways and a previous GATE student that, let's say, did performance arts, and then somebody that was getting into GATE saying, hey, I'm interested in this area, and then the pamphlet says, here's what a previous GATE student has done in that area. Have you guys crystallized any of that for the
We will make sure that when we have a draft of what that looks like, that we'll send it your way so that you can take a look and make sure we covered everything that we talked about in that meeting. Okay?
Ms. Diaz, thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
I know that Ms. Diaz and Mrs. Brown from Assessment and Accountability and Mrs. Tapley over there met with Dr. Komrosky, had a long conversation about this GATE, because I know he has a very significant interest in this. So Ms. Diaz, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. I will bring up my colleague, Mr. Tim Dignan now. So thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Dignan.
Good evening. Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Governing Board. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about CTE. Before I get started, a couple of things. Note to self, never follow Nicole Diaz. Joe Ballawag will always go much longer, and so no matter what you say, it'll be brief, right? So, but Mrs. Diaz, you are spot on. That's my shot to Mr. Ballawag for not being here tonight. But I also really want to give a shout out and a thank you to Dr. Velez for the last 6 months of your leadership in our district. So I am honored and privileged to talk about our CTE program. I've been in charge of it now for, I guess, going on 5 years. So I'm very excited to share with you what CTE is, what's going on in our district, and talk to you about some of the data as far as our participation. So very briefly, the state of California recognizes 15 industry sectors in career technical education. Each of those sectors is divided into pathways, anywhere from 3 to 7 unique pathways for each sector. We pick pathways to teach in our school district. How are they selected? The state of California tells us there are 3 criteria: high wage, high skill, high demand. High wage means it's a livable wage in our community based on the data from the Centers of Excellence. That is $21.82 per hour. High demand, that means there's at least 100 job openings annually in that profession. And high skill, it leads to either certifications or degree programs. I add a 4th criteria: it better be high interest, because you can build the greatest program, but if kids don't want to be in it, it's going to die on the vine. So we survey our parents, staff, students. We get input from our CTE advisory committee, and ultimately students vote when they do course selection. And so you'll figure out real quickly whether there's high interest in a pathway. Our CTE advisory committee is something that you approve every year. Currently we have 35 members. Per the Perkins 5 regulations, at 50% plus 1 of that committee must be from people outside of the school district. That group regularly reviews our labor market projections to see where the jobs are going to be at. And we have representatives from that list of group of people there that you can read through. So in our district, we currently have 12 pathways in 10 industry sectors. I highlighted them on there. If you do the math, you will count up that there are only 11 pathways indicated. That's because one of the pathways, arts, media, and entertainment, actually has 2 very unique pathways within it. So for production and managerial arts. And so we can talk about that a little bit later. So Chaparral High School has 6 pathways in 4 industry sectors. You notice that they have event production or event management and production, as well as digital and video media arts. Those are both actually in the same set of standards, ironically, but they're 2 very unique pathways. And then in the health sciences, they have one in patient care, and they also have one that you've probably heard as medical assisting. The actual pathway is health administrative services. Unique to Chaparral, amongst our 3 comprehensive high schools, they are the only one that has product innovation and design in the manufacturing world. Very pleased to see Rancho Vista shouting that out a little bit earlier this morning with the things that they're doing there. Great Oak High School currently has 6 pathways in 6 industry sectors. One of those is in the process of being phased out. This year we have capstone only in the hospitality, tourism, and recreation. That was a decision that was made by the advisory committee, Great Oak Group. It simply was not a feasible pathway to continue with. So we will be looking at adding an additional pathway to Great Oak. Great Oak is the only one with child development, and we'll move on from there. Temecula Valley High School now has 7 pathways in 7 different sectors. This is the first year of our plant and soil science pathway. You've probably heard it referred to as regenerative agriculture. It is a 2-year pathway. This is the first year of what we call the concentrator class. If you are a 2-year pathway, it's concentrator and capstone. If you're a 3-year pathway, it's introductory, concentrator, capstone. And we have a combination of 2- and 3-year pathways. They are also the only one that has, will be the only one that has the hospitality, tourism, and recreation. I know most of you have seen the culinary facility, which is off the charts, amazing. And they're also the only one with a transportation or automotive pathway. At our alternative programs, Susan Nelson has a business and finance pathway that is independent study and actually available to all students at every high school. And Rancho Vista, as you saw, has a 2-year pathway in product innovation and design. So one of the unique things that changed in my career is the paradigm of vocational education. When I grew up, you were tracked. You were college prep or you were vocational ed. CTE recognizes that you can be both, and you should be. We should be preparing you for both opportunities. And so what I love right now is that of the 32 high school classes we have, 24 of them give the student the opportunity to earn college credit through articulated agreement. An articulated agreement is with a local community college where they approve our course curriculum, and either they approve the final that we give or we give their final. If a student successfully completes the class and the final, they have the right to apply and earn those college credits. So 24 out of 32 CTE courses currently. We do have 3 pending agreements for two of our classes. If you finish the 2 automotive classes, Auto 2 and 3, you'll actually get credit for 3 additional classes. And right now, 11 of our 12 pathways will earn you articulated credit. The only one that doesn't is Plant and Soil Science, and that's because MSJC just started their program, so they weren't ready to approve any articulation. We'll be applying for that next year. As far as earning credits, in 22-23, we had 1,157 students who were recommended for college credit. They met the criteria. If you were to put that into UC credits, and I'm paying a UC tuition right now, that is $1.7 million worth of college credit. One of the problems we struggle with is getting parents to understand that this is a freebie, that there is no reason not to apply for this. We have parents who feel like my student isn't going to go to the community college. No problem. You can go to Stanford and take those credits with you. It's there, it's free. It makes it easier for your student when they transfer onto the college level. One of the other things that's a little bit unique to our district, because this is not the case in all districts, but every one of our high school CTE courses are A through G approved. So it is putting a student on that college pathway. One of the other things you might hear about, and I know you've had the groups pop up in front of you, are what we call CTSO, Career Technical Student Organizations. The best way I can explain that to somebody who's not familiar with that term, in ag, think FFA, right? We all grew up around an FFA program somewhere. That is a CTSO. So we have 3 very high-functioning CTSOs. Probably our most prestigious one right now is in Cyber Patriots, and that is our computer science students, and they compete in cybersecurity competitions. In 2022, Great Oak High School, in their inaugural year, won what's the Mayor's Cup. So there are 10 different high schools in the San Bernardino and Riverside counties that compete for that. And last year, Temecula Valley High School won that. So the Mayor's Cup has stayed in Temecula for the last couple of years. We also have a HOSA organization over at Chaparral, and we are adding it at Great Oak this year for the first time. And so they compete in the health sciences. And the longest running program is our FCCLA, which is for our child development program over at Great Oak High School. We have a variety of middle school CTE classes. The 2 I want to emphasize tonight are being emphasized because they feed to so many unique pathways. So right now at 5 of our middle schools, we have a middle school CTE STEM class, and that can feed to our automotive program, our computer science program, our engineering program, just a wide range of things. Great teachers doing great things with our students every single day. And some of you have visited, I know most of you have visited, our 2 pilot schools, or one of our 2 pilot schools for middle school CTE career exploration. Right now we have that at Bella Vista and Gardner Middle Schools. We have written a grant that we should find out. They were told we would be told before Thanksgiving, so I'm hoping by Friday, knock on wood, whether we get approved for that, and if so, we will be able to purchase 2 additional labs to put at 2 of our additional middle schools. So let's talk about some of the data. This is over the years, but this is the percent of students in a CTE course at any given time is in blue. So you'll notice that in 23-24, we're right around 33-34% of our students are taking a CTE class. And what percentage of the students are in a capstone class? That means if they are in the last year of the program for that CTE pathway. And you'll notice a real gradual incline on that. We have seen a drop off this year, and that was more due to the phase out of the hospitality, tourism, and recreation, the culinary program, because that would have been 4 or 5 classes of that at Great Oak that aren't happening this year. So once we replace that, we'll see those numbers bounce back up again. This one is about the percentage of our graduates who complete a CTE pathway. And one of the nice things about this is you've probably heard about our dashboard and our college and career readiness. We like to call it the career and college readiness in CTE world. But if you finish a pathway, that is one of the indicators that you are college and career ready. And so that is a great benefit to our district on our dashboard. And you'll notice that we've seen a continual growth. But again, because we phased out the networking pathway at TV, we did see a little bit of a dip because we didn't have completers last year. But we will continue on with that. And when the ag program gets completers next year, that number again will bounce back up. So we'll solid on that. Last year we had our inaugural CTE completer ceremony in the Temecula Valley Stadium. Brought together the students from all 3 high schools, and it was pretty overwhelming to see the number of students. And they kind of live in their own little world, doing their own little pathway, and then they look around and realize there are so many students in pathways in our district. I think it was a real powerful experience for everybody. Work-based learning is a real key part to what we do. Work-based learning includes guest speakers, career days, field trips, mentorships, internships, job shadows, student competitions, career readiness skills. You can see the increase in numbers of individual experiences over the last 6 years, and also the total number of hours. And you'll see a huge uptick in the number of hours from last year to this year, or from 2 years ago to last year. And that's because we're putting a much bigger emphasis on field trips. We really believe it's important to get kids into the work setting. It's one thing to bring somebody in to talk to you about it. It's another thing to get you there to see what they're doing in real life. And then the last thing that we do is we have paid summer internships. This is through a partnership with the City of Temecula and our industry partners. The City of Temecula actually pays the salary for these students. And so in the automotive industry, they'll pay up to 150 hours for that student to work, but the student has to be 18 years of age. So it's only applying to those students who have finished the program and have graduated. Manufacturing is a 6 to 8 week program. This past year, we were not allowed to have juniors because of some state legislation, which has now changed, so we'll be able to bring juniors back for this next summer. But we have had a number of different internship opportunities going on, and the vast majority of these kids, like 80 to 90% of them, get offered jobs for employment through that person they interned with. So really, really good opportunity for our students. And this is a real shameless plug, but we've got a tremendous fundraiser coming up on January 20th. And if you like a hamburger and you like some fancy fries, this is a great, we do it with Pechanga. The Visit Temecula Valley has been a wonderful supporter of us. Every dollar spent comes back to our program. So tickets are $30 a pop. You are going to pay a fee for the, whatever that credit card fee is thing you have to do, online fee, but I think tickets are $30 a piece for adults. I don't have the numbers for students and seniors, but we'll get that to you. But there are only 400 tickets. I promise you it will sell out before the day of. It will, it always has. It's the first time we've had it back since the pandemic. And all of the, you'll see if you go, like I think it's Maddie's Burgers down in Old Town, and he has the big sign up. This is that competition that he wins, right? So they all come in and want to do that. But our students in culinary, they get to partner with the chefs at Pechanga, and they get to create their own loaded fries. And so they're there doing that. Yeah, so it's awesome. You'll love it. Highly encourage you to attend. Questions?
I've got one.
Yes.
Has there been any update on, with MSJC, on facility and Toyota?
We are continuing conversations with MSJC. Right now, we've kind of hit a little bit of a lull as we're trying to do things. I can tell you MSJC is in serious conversations with Toyota Lexus to put in the T10 program. That was step number one, and they're trying to look at options to move around the DSA approval process. So possibly putting that actually on the Lexus dealership. They have an extra set of bays that they might use for that purpose to set up a lab. But that's an MSJC thing. Once they get that dialed in, then we can kind of piggyback off of that.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'm here to help.
Thank you.
So thank you for that information.
Sorry.
Sorry,
ahead.
did I?
Go ahead.
Okay. Burger and Fries, best fundraiser idea. So I'm going to get one of those tickets. I just want to say my family is so appreciative of the CTE programs. My middle son graduated in 2022 from Great Oak with that kinesiology medical emphasis, and I want to encourage parents in knowing it's great if not every kid is that 4-year college-bound individual, and we need to encourage students to know that, because he ended up going to an academy, taking what he learned at Great Oak, and got his EMT certification, and now he's out working and serving the county, and just, I am so thankful that he got that foundation. So it's exciting for me as a parent to see that and know that there's additional steps. One question I have, and maybe it's totally unrelated, but when you look at programs like the Explorers for police officers, firefighters, does any of that at all fit into a CTE, or is that an entirely different kind of program to get started?
Yeah, it certainly does. One of the sectors is public service. One of those industry sectors we talked about. It's not one we have brought in yet. It becomes a master schedule issue. When you add a pathway onto a high school campus right now, you've got to take classes off of that master schedule. And so are you going to take off other CTE classes, in which case you're going to phase out and add, which is what we're going to do at Great Oak, or you're going to have to take other elective classes off. And that's not a good thing, because we have wonderful VAPA programs and other elective programs we don't want to diminish. So it becomes this balancing act. So we're constantly looking at the labor market index. Are we offering the correct pathways? Because we've pretty much just about reached max capacity within our master schedules. And so that's kind of where we're at with that. Okay? Thank you.
I think Mr. Schwartz was next. And then
Yeah,
Mr. Bartlett.
it's funny you mentioned Bella Vista. I was there last week, and I was seeing kids practicing taking blood. And I was like, wait, these are, you know, these are not high school kids. And the setup that was there
I just
was
want to point out,
amazing.
they weren't actually taking
No,
blood.
no. They were just practicing.
Okay.
They were practicing on
They were
a-
practicing on
a dummy arm.
On a dummy
Yes,
arm. I
no,
got
not
it.
each
Okay,
other.
thank you.
But I visited the capstone at Great Oak the last 2 years for the engineering program.
Yes.
And I have to say that I probably didn't understand about half the projects that the kids were talking about. I've been to TV and seen the automotive and the gardening program and the culinary program that they serve at the retirement dinner is like a 5-star restaurant.
Yes.
So kudos to the teachers involved and the professionals that we bring in from industry that teach our students, because they do a really amazing job.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was awesome. This is one of my favorite presentations of the year. I love CTE and I love the opportunities it brings to kids for so many different reasons, and helping kids find their passion. So I'm curious, what is there one that you would say is most popular? Like that you have waiting lists for?
We have waiting lists for lots of them.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that, you know, at Great Oak High School, the patient care pathway with Mrs. Brown, there's always a waiting list. Automotive over at TV, there's always a waiting list. We have 2 full-time culinary teachers with both teaching 6/5 because it's so popular. We have, a couple of years ago, we had a teacher teaching a 7/5 at Chaparral because we had so many students wanting to take the software and systems development computer science program.
Yeah.
So they are all booming. Yeah.
That's awesome. And have you, I might have asked you this last year, did you decide what you're doing at Great Oak yet?
We have not. I'm working
Okay.
with the admin at Great Oak because we need to get some input from some stakeholders. We've
Yeah.
got some input. We've got the labor market index. We now need to look at it, and it's going to be, you know, in a dream world, what do you want? And then in a realistic world, because there's going to be facility issues.
Sure.
Right? I mean, I can't, as much as I'd love to go build a new building to do some very creative things, that's just not feasible on that site. So we're going to have to do some things that stay within those parameters. But when that conversation happens, we'll certainly bring it back to you folks.
I'll keep waiting. I can't
Okay.
wait to hear. Thank you. Awesome job.
Thank you, folks.
Oh, I wanted to weigh in there.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Thanks for your presentation. It was really good. Sorry, a little late and didn't get a lot of sleep last night. So when I went to Great Oak and Temecula Valley High School, I believe I saw the same table. It might have been for physiology. When you have anatomy, physiology, neurology, it brought me back to my days as an x-ray tech when I, quite frankly, my training was ghetto compared to what these kids have. That table was mind-blowing.
Yeah,
The
that's an
software.
anatomage table. We have 4 of them in the district, 2 at Chaparral, 1 at each of the high
I
schools.
just stay in there for days, but I mean, to geek out. But I was very impressed with, and like Steve was talking about the CT, the culinary at Temecula Valley High School. I still want my bowl that broke with that whatever the bowl event that we went to, empty bowls.
Your bowl is very empty apparently, right?
It
Broken.
was. Super impressed with that too, but yeah, I just want to say thanks. It was really cool hearing you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Awesome. Mr. Dignan, thank you for your,
Thank
your commitment to CTE. And I don't know, I know we have Mr. Santine here, our automotive teacher from Temecula Valley High School. So thank you so much. Yeah. And if anyone has not visited that program, it's pretty incredible. And I don't know if we have any other CTE teachers here in the audience, but I do want to give a shout out to our CTE teachers. You truly do fill a very unique need for our students, and I truly thank you for all you do. You bring a level of expertise that our students have needed for a long time. So thank you.
Very cool. Am I getting to somebody?
Alrighty, now we're on to discussion of board use of attorneys. We have 2 public comments, and I say 2 minutes apiece to keep consistent. Here we go.
Up Nate, followed by Christy McClure.
So I don't have a prepared speech, but I was kind of shocked looking at the numbers that we spent on lawyers. There's a website called donorschoose.org, and there is a request from the STEM teacher for a robot car where she's asking, like, if you can donate for the car. I don't think she should have to do that. I think it should be available to her. If we have tons of money to spend on lawyers, we can definitely support a STEM program. And the other thing is the excessive use of lawyers. There's a very good guideline. If you think it's wrong, it probably is. And there is Google available. Look it up. There will be a lot of examples available. And another thing, a very important lesson given to me by my grandfather, who was a lawyer, then he became a judge. Understand the spirit of the law. Not you follow up with lawyers to avoid the letter of the law. That's what you're using the lawyers for. Understand why the law is in place. Thank you.
Last month, I got up here and asked you to explain the legal services items on the warrant list. I'm aware that during the 3 minutes or 2 minutes of public comments that you're not allowed to respond to members of the public at the podium. However, clearly you can respond to public comments later in the meeting. You can answer questions, you can clarify, you can even say rude and disrespectful comments to the public in the meeting room, because we've seen this happen in these meetings. I am asking, and I'm actually really begging you to provide a detailed explanation of what the legal services listed on the warrant list cover. I don't quite understand it. Last month, the legal expenditures from September 1st through September 30th were over $42,000. The legal expenditures in August of 2023 totaled over $94,000. Now, for comparison, the expenditures in August 2022 were $47,000, and each one of those expenditures was tagged with the item special education, which is very different than August last year to this year, where none of them were, I believe. Why is this? This month, the legal expenditures listed from October 1st through October 31st are almost $170,000. I see the law firm of Orbach, Huff, and Henderson listed twice for a total of $75,000. And the 2 categories you're utilizing them for this month are superintendent and human resources development. I think Orbach, Huff, and Henderson is the law firm hired, so Mr. Brenner could advise you guys personally, separate from the regular attorneys that the district already uses and pays for. But we're authorizing $40,000 for Brenner on human resources, but we also have $30,000 for human resources with Adams, Silva, and McNally. I don't understand this. When I got up last month and asked for more details and transparency on the warrant list, I really actually meant for you to respond versus say nothing and ignore me. I think it'll probably take 5 minutes for Nicole Lash to explain the legal expenditures, because she's brilliant, which are typical and customary and which are not. Just please provide an explanation of this warrant list. It doesn't make sense.
All right, the floor is open.
If I can just start, since this was my item.
Yeah, and what I'd like to do is go one at a time, and then if we want to get into discussion. So yeah, Ms. Barclay, you're first.
Okay. Mine is not in relation to the warrant list, because this was before I I saw that. So the reason I wanted to bring this forward is that it's been mentioned many times that we have had a significant increase in legal expenses. And just, for clarity, we did get a report about legal expenses, and this was from July 1st of 2020 until this month. And so from okay, fine, I'll put my glasses on. I'm trying to squint, but I will admit. Okay, from July 1st of 2020 until 12/31 of 2022. So this was divided into categories like we've heard mentioned, things like risk management, facilities, safety, special education. So in the line item of board and superintendent, those months altogether for 2.5 years under board and superintendent, line item was $88,740. And then in the last 10 months, which you kind of, and I believe, and Mrs. Lash, you can correct me on this, I do know that some bills are not in there yet, is that correct? Okay, so this isn't even a full accounting. But for those 10 months, the total on that same line item is $204,924. So it's basically averaging 4 times the highest the month in the 6-month billing in 3.5 years, because the months of July to November are $147,651. So I have concerns about use of attorneys and how we're doing that, and really, to me, it boils kind of back to Mr. Brenner's contract, and that was my understanding that when that was brought forward in January, that was a temporary situation to be used for special use only. And I definitely know that that is not the case, and he's being used more personally by some board members for situations that aren't really board issues. And I think we need to seriously consider terminating that contract. We agreed on Orbach and Huff as our general counsel, and he's half the cost of Mr. Brenner. And I think that maybe we could all agree to try to tamp down the use of our attorneys. I don't think it's necessary. I think this district operated, in a good manner with clean audits and those kinds of things over the last several years without such a high without such high attorney fees. So I think it's a good point of discussion to just bring this up again. Why are we still using Mr. Brenner? He was supposed to be temporary, specialized legal services for unique issues or emergency situations, and we're here, 11 months later, and we still have his contract open when we have agreed upon Mr. Huff as general counsel, and we also have a number of other law firms which are for specific uses. So that's kind of why you might see them. We might also use them for something under SPED. They might also be used for HR, different things like that. But we have a number of law firms for specialized reasons. And I'm not sure why we still have Mr. Brenner and why we're still using him.
Thanks, Ms. Barclay. I'd like to go next. So I put my thoughts on this in writing just a little bit. We lost confidence and trust in our prior general counsel, Atkinson. That was obvious, so we brought on Brenner. As a result, we began the process to retain a new general counsel through conducting an RFP. To bridge the need for services while a new general counsel was selected, we retained Mr. Brenner's law firm, EBG. We then identified a strong candidate for general counsel on our already retained bench. We found that out, of law firms, and realized that we didn't need to issue the RFP. So since that time, Orbach and Huff, so we made Mr. Huff and his firm our general legal counsel. Let me see here. I think, because I asked him and I go, on an average, he said it's about $13,000 per month. And he goes, this is not by any measure a high dollar amount in legal fees given the size of our school district and the various governance issues that we routinely face with. Now, I know that's specific in the broad category of the 9 law firms that we have, and Mrs. Lash can speak to that. So I'm just sectioning out Huff's thought about his general legal counsel. Let me see here. As Mr. Huff and his firm became engaged with TVUSD, we've had transitioned away from using Mr. Brenner's firm, except in cases where Mr. Huff's firm had a conflict of interest. That result, I mean, on the TVA lawsuit, May versus Komrosky et al., with that one, there was a conflict of interest with our head legal counsel, so we had to use Brenner. But then we transitioned away from that, and we got Faith and Freedom Advocates. So just to let you know, that's to have him on our bench actually helped on that occasion. So further, we've asked that our work previously be handled by Mr. Brenner's firm now be assigned to Mr. Huff's firm. So we're transitioning that load off of Mr. Brenner, I have been, as well as related to routine public records requests, the PRAs. None of this is uncommon. None of it's out of the ordinary. None of it's cause to raise concern about legal fees. So I'm going to say no, we keep Brenner. He's on the bench if we need him for special circumstances. And like I said, Mr. Huff, our general legal counsel, has said his fees are quite low in this district. He's billed another district $140,000 in 1 month. Oh, if I was speaking lowly, sorry. Just 1 month. So that's just my thought, and I'll let the other board members speak.
So the first 2 years I was on the board, I never called an attorney, and I still haven't. So I don't understand the need to keep calling attorneys. I'll just share with the public some figures. So between July 1st, 2020 and December 31st, 2020, our board superintendent legal bill was $4,970. Between July 1st, 2023 and November 13th, 2023, and that does not include all the bills, our board fees were $147,000. So if you do a rough number of how many times that is, that's like 300 times as much. So I don't know why people need to keep calling attorneys if they're doing the right thing. So if I'm doing the legal thing, I don't need to call an attorney, in my mind. I mean, I don't need to keep calling attorneys if I think I'm doing the right thing. So these fees are way out of line, and these are the projections in the warrant list that I asked to be pulled. We're looking at paying Orbach, Huff, and Henderson $35,000 on the superintendent line, $40,000 on the human resources line. We're looking at paying Adams, Silva, and McNally $30,000 for general legal services and $50,000 for negotiations and union business. That comes out to $169,000, which to me is a lot of money when I look at what we used to pay for legal services. It just seems like it's out of control, and we need to put a cap on it.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Wiersma.
So I can tell you why legal fees are so high, because this year has looked like none other. It has been very difficult, and I want to, first of all, say I am all for lowering costs and making sure we can do things differently headed into the next year. So I agree 100%. But the way this board started, unless you've walked in our shoes and seen the situations, the PRA requests, the litigation, the harassment, the situations where we literally need that expertise and advice as we're creating policy and moving forward in the district with changes and wanting that wise advice so that we know what the law says. It was important to us to have that. Do we hope to do less of it in the future? Yes. And I think it's going to happen when we have new leadership in the district, because I'm going to have, I hope, and I'm projecting, but I am hopeful that as we have new leadership step up, some things will change in terms of our questions, in terms of us knowing that full faith and trust is there, that someone has our back, that we're getting right answers. Because this year, all the way along, we've needed that second answer and expertise. I'm just being honest. I'm being transparent here and saying I have never gotten on the phone just to shoot the breeze. There are very important things that affect our students and our staff and our district at large. And the lawyers know the law. And so I have been grateful for Mr. Brenner's expertise. I do see pivoting and using him less, as Dr. Komrosky has mentioned. I respect Mr. Huff a great deal. Mr. Brenner has been that second opinion where Mr. Huff has his insight and his experience. Love it. Mr. Brenner sometimes gives it differently in the sense of me understanding an issue in a way I need to understand it. So I have been grateful for that. It is, I hear Mr. Swartz, but nothing about this year has been normal. Nothing about this year has been standard. And I'm grateful for the people. I'm grateful for the people who have helped us do what we need to do. But again, I know we will be able to pivot. I want to do some things differently. We will respect the new leadership coming in and his guidance, but there's so much that all of you can't know. You cannot know the enormous amount that goes out in legal fees when you talk about things enclosed and other aspects. So much goes on. It's not just the board, but I'm grateful that I've had what I've needed, and I see change moving forward.
Barclay?
So if I can circle back.
Well, Danny, sorry, Danny didn't speak yet. Just in
Oh.
case he wants to, and then we'll.
Sorry,
then we'll,
yes.
Yeah.
I'll be short. I agree with everybody up here on different aspects, different points. Ms. Barclay, you're absolutely correct. When we engaged with Brenner, the goal was to find general legal counsel at a discounted rate, more aligned with what we had with Atkins. We did that. There's been a lot going on, and I'll agree with Ms. Wiersma on that. This has been a different climate that we've found ourselves in. And there's been a lot of attacks from outside of our district that we've had to defend against, and that's to defend the financial solvency of our district and having that money for programs and for the kids like it's supposed to go to, instead of, going to these frivolous lawsuits and, baseless accusations, things like that. We have to defend ourselves. So we didn't go looking for a fight, but we are going to defend ourselves. So I agree on both points. I think that we have a commitment from Mr. Komrosky to pull away from Brenner. Having a wealth of legal advice is always, a benefit to a district, but we should not be engaging with that at that rate regularly at all. That should be very specialized. So if we get that commitment from Mr. Komrosky, I think we're on the right track. So.
Okay. So just to circle back on a couple of points, where to start? So I feel like when we're calling various attorneys, I would call that attorney shopping, looking for the answer that you want. I feel like we agreed that Mr. Huff is our legal counsel, and that's our legal counsel, and that's where we should be. And I think the use of Mr. Brenner, the way he's been used recently, is inappropriate. And that's what needs to stop, in my opinion. And if we're going to talk about the way this board started and needing to defend ourselves, this is why it is this way, is because the way this board started. Bringing up causing teachers and staff and students to feel like they have to defend themselves. That's where this originated. So I just need to throw that out there because it's hard for me to listen to it being put back on that the community is causing this when I don't think that's the case. And I have been on the inside, and I have made very, very few calls to the attorney. I won't say none, but very few. And I do think we need to re-examine what we're doing as far as use of attorneys go. And I just have one question. Mrs. Lash, maybe you can answer this. On the warrant list, those amounts that are on there, do you know off the top of your head, are those bills we've received or are they retainers that we're paying forward?
I think what you're referring to is the purchase order report, and that's increases to existing purchase orders for those firms. And those amounts are based on anticipated costs, based on current spending and projected spending. So those are increases to cover those bills when they come in.
Okay, so basically like increasing their retainer? I mean, I don't know if I'm using the right word, but yeah.
And it's not a commitment to
Right.
spend that money, but it is a projection,
Got it.
essentially.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ms. Barclay. So I have a few things to add. I want to be transparent to the public. There might be a conflation of board usage of attorneys versus district usage of attorneys. Now, we're part of the district, but make no mistake about it, the board is not racking up hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees. That's a lie, number one. Number two, I have formed personally many policies, and it's interesting because I hear, just Google that. Well, that's just juvenile. You don't Google something. When you're trying to protect kids, you want sound legal advice. So, thank you. So when Mrs. Barclay said answer, an answer we're looking for, you might actually be right if it's going to protect our kids. I want the best legal advice I can get. As a board president, there's another part to this. I actually have to contact legal. So I'm in a special category. There's just board events where I'm like left and right. One is if we're getting sued. So the irony of all ironies, Mrs. Barclay, is that you put this on the agenda, but I had to bring in 3 or 4 sets of lawyers because you insinuated that we violated a Brown Act. You yourself cost the district over $23,000 in legal fees.
Let's go there. Let's go there, Joe. Let's talk about that.
Let's go there.
Fantastic,
We just
because
went
if
there.
we want to replay the tape on that, I brought up a concern, and everyone sitting here knows there were 3 ways that could have been put to bed with not 1 penny paid out, and that's not what this majority decided to do. That was your decision to cost those legal fees, not mine. It could have been put to bed 3 different ways. 3 different ways.
I'm sorry,
So don't
that's,
talk about my 23,000.
that's not accurate.
It's 100%
That's not accurate because the
accurate.
majority
It's
of the legal
100%
fees
accurate.
were for the public records requests that came as a result of your statements alleging wrongdoing on the part of your fellow board members with 0 advice and not understanding what the Brown Act has to say to begin with.
Oh, that's
So
not
that
true,
was, that is
Danny.
a complete
100%
farce.
not true.
That is a lie.
That could have been
Let's just
resolved.
make this clear. That is a lie.
That night, first of all, it could have been resolved by not approving the contract. Second of all, the discussion that was in closed session, it also could have been resolved. 2 other ways. 2 other ways not costing a penny. That was your choice.
So
Because
here's,
you wanted
here-
to, you
here's
wanted
what
to
I
take
was
it to the
forced to
attorneys.
do.
You chose to take it to the attorneys.
Here's
Don't
what
put
I
that
was
on me.
forced to do, Mrs. Barclay. Well, like 100%, as a governing board member president, I was forced to get legal because of your allegation. Like, we literally had a cure and correct. There's no option. Well, I don't want to do this. No, I had to.
That is
That is
false.
my responsibility. Are
That
you
was
kidding
false.
me?
That was false
I
because
don't think you know how it works.
I
with
think I
legal
do know
and
how
gov-
it
I don't
works,
think you
Joe.
know how it works.
I
really don't.
100% know how it works.
I don't think you know how it works.
I 100% know how it works.
I must,
sat in
as a
the
governing
same
board
room
president, protect
as
my
you,
board if we're getting sued,
and
I
we
must
got
reach
legal
out to
advice
legal.
that night.
You don't.
Cheap.
Yeah.
All right,
cheap,
point of order.
on the
What are
cheap.
we doing here? Can we move on? Thank you.
No. Sure we can.
Sorry, no, we can't move on because I want my question answered.
Motion to table this item and move on.
We don't even need to table it, Danny. We can just
Well,
just
we have
keep
to
it
talk
going
about the
and
warrant
it
list
never
here,
has to come back
Joe.
again. So let's finish this out. This
We
is
had to
great.
talk about the warrant list here.
Yeah, I
This is
wanna
just a
know-
discussion
just so
item.
we can
I just
vote
wanted to
in
hear
that
everybody's
item, Danny.
feelings on it. Now I know.
I
But we have to
wanted,
talk about the
I'm
warrant list.
sorry, go ahead, Al.
Yeah.
Allison, you done?
There's a motion on the table.
I
No,
want-
no, Danny, we have to do the warrant list,
Warrant
action item 5, remember, or from the consent calendar, this is wrapped
Okay,
into
are we
here.
moving past board use of attorneys?
I'm done. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to know why the projections were increased so dramatically for those attorneys for the next year. That's
Mrs.
all.
Lash, can you weigh in on that?
My understanding is exactly as Mrs. Wiersma has described. It is the board and the district's use of these attorneys for the lots of public records requests that have come in, Adam Silva McNally is for our union business and our negotiations. So we've, I think, got some unfair labor practices that we're working through, consultations for contracts. It's all of the things that we've already discussed and described. The increases are to cover the cost of those things.
Thanks, Ms. Lash. Do we want to take a vote then? Do we have a motion and a second to vote in consent item number 5?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Gonzalez. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Schwartz. Lene, do you mind calling roll on this?
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Barclay,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0 for number 5 on the consent calendar. And now we're finally moving into action items. Revised Board Policy 3514, Environmental Safety. So I'll let somebody else discuss. Oh, we have public comments.
I can, do we have comments on this?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, go ahead.
How many? We have 7, so 2 minutes apiece to be consistent. All right.
First up is Upneat, followed by Jennifer Bach.
So let me give you an example of how a bad policy starts legal trouble. This policy is for existing telecommunication transmitter. I have been jury on a trial where they'll argue every little thing. This is a transmitter right here. What is the need for this policy? We spent a lot of money in 2014 upgrading the Wi-Fi structure and everything. All that is telecommunication infrastructure, wireless infrastructure. You're adding an additional burden to have a third party come and monitor all of these emissions. There's already monitoring in place. And you gave a really long spiel last time. We were ridiculed halfway across the world in Australia over that spiel, which I, as a basic engineer, can tell you the difference between ionizing and non-ionizing radiation, what it is, what radio waves are. Unless you're putting the school in a Faraday cage, the radio waves always. They're all around us. They're right here. So I don't know what the need for this is. Again, we'll be like, somebody's like, you've put like, oh, it causes this, it causes that. Somebody's going to sue the school like, oh, my child got sick or this and that. You have this policy. Why do you have wireless around the school? This is how legal trouble starts. What is the need for this policy? I think it's just like pride or attachment that you did not pass last time. You have to force something to pass. That's why we have this on this agenda again, when it didn't even get a second the last time. I think we have much more important things than another useless, unnecessary policy in place. Thank you.
Jennifer, followed by James Richardson.
I'm going to read as fast as I can. This is an email from the professor of bioengineering. I'll get through as much as I can in 2 minutes. The proposal has a weak rationale. The author cites a lawsuit against the FCC of EHT, an activist anti-EMF organization, concerning FCC procedures for updating and changing its RF exposure guidelines, and also an article of potential liability to wireless companies related to citing cell-based stations. Neither of these are directly relates to issues before the board in considering this policy. By contrast, numerous health agencies have issued statements that have not expressed concerns about possible health effects from low-level environmental exposures, for example, from the WHO, the WHO, World Health Organization. To date, and it gives a link, I will send this to all board members. To date, after much research performed, no adverse health effects have been causally linked with exposure to wireless technologies. Other statements with similar conclusions, as well as links to still further health agency statements, can be found at some links below on the FCC website, the Health Canada website, the FDA website, and many others. The controversy about safety of RF energy barely pertains to possible long-term effects using cell phones, which entails much higher exposure levels than those an ordinary citizen would receive from distant wireless antennas. And even then, health agency opinion is consistently that hazards have not been proven, but all that some open questions exist and more research is needed. The policy is loosely written, referring non-specifically to wireless transmission installments. As written, it has the potential to cause significant controversy for unexpected reasons in the future. A, what would happen if the school district has to update its emergency wireless? If this goes on over lawsuit liabilities, you write in a policy and then somebody has a problem with it, you have to upgrade your stuff, you have to enforce. Now you have a policy that parents can come back and sue the district, which we already have enough lawsuits for already. So please read the email, I will send it to you, including the links. Thank you.
James Richardson, followed by Melanie Bussard.
I'm a 30-year resident of Temecula and a technical fellow for Raytheon Intelligence and Space, and my work for Raytheon includes verifying RF radiation safety requirements for the U.S. Space Force. The best reference I've found on 5G is work by Dr. Christopher Baird of West Texas A&M University. He holds a PhD in theoretical physics. He writes, electromagnetic waves from all cell phone systems, including 5G, cause zero harm to humans. All cell phones and cell phone towers use radio waves to communicate, and they've been used for wireless communication for over 100 years with no credible evidence of adverse health effects. Radio waves from cell phones do not mutate DNA, do not damage cells, do not interfere with biological functions. The two ways radiation can damage biological tissue are through ionization events and bulk heating. Ionization occurs when a molecule is knocked off of an atom or molecule, an electron is knocked off, and that happens too much, it can lead to mutations in cancer, sickness, and other effects. Bulk heating, you would feel it. It's the warmth you feel near a campfire. If the cell towers were causing bulk heating, you would feel it, it would be burning you, okay? Finally, I'll mention that the court ruling you've cited attached to this agenda item does not suggest any RF safety concern for 5G whatsoever. It only suggests that the FCC failed to provide comprehensive documentation for the case. There is absolutely no case for 5G causing any RF safety concerns, and there never has been. You're just plain wrong on this, and I think you need to move on to something else. It is embarrassing to our city to be stuck on this. As an engineer, I'm embarrassed for you. Thank you.
Melanie, followed by Christy McClure.
Hi, so as Jen read that email from Dr. Kenneth Foster, one of the world-renowned experts in biohealth and RF effects, and one of the things that he brought up was, again, that this policy of wireless transmission installments was so loosely written. He had a lot of concerns, specifically that technology called wireless transmissions can refer to radio waves that transmit data, cell phone towers, Wi-Fi routers, and other wireless communication systems, and that this vagueness has the potential to cause significant controversies in the future of Temecula school districts. The following scenarios, like were mentioned, if we have to update our emergency systems, any parent can cite this policy as a reason why we can't. Furthermore, there are cases in the United States where parents have sued schools claiming that the Wi-Fi in their schools or cell phones carried by teachers in the classroom have harmed their students' health. By even erroneously acknowledging that wireless transmitters cause harm, we are inviting legal challenges. Although nobody to date has won litigation against wireless transmitters in school settings because the preponderance of evidence suggests that they're safe, our policy will dramatically change that possibility. Let us be cautious and deliberate in our approach and not codify a legal win for any litigant who cites this school district policy. Let us proactively address any potential controversies and reconsider this policy change.
Christy McClure, followed by Joshua Shearling.
Wow, I feel a little less than after those few speakers. So this policy revision was presented at the last meeting. It failed to pass the vote, 2-1. There's one abstention. The reason stated by more than one board member was additional research and expert opinion was needed. There's no new information being presented with this agenda item to justify returning it for a vote. The red line section of the policy presented a month ago is verbatim the same red line here, plus an addition that reads, for all existing and operating cellular transmission towers situated on district property, the district shall engage a third-party monitoring vendor to monitor and report on all emissions from the cellular transmission towers and shall transparently make that reported data available to the public. This is in addition to the first part where we will terminate leases with wireless telecommunication providers. This agenda item also states financial impact none. That doesn't seem to be correct. It's either erroneous and misleading or just a flat-out lie. The modification to the board policy includes the district not renewing or extending leases, resulting in lost revenue. It lists engaging a third-party vendor. Vendor is the key word there, to monitor and report. There's no cost listed, but vendor means there is a cost. Additionally, for the report writing to make available to the public, probably a contract would need to be signed with this vendor that commits us to a financial relationship. I don't know how financial impact none can be listed on this and be accurate and correct. You've essentially brought back a failed policy change resolution without any justification, but with an additional cost that isn't even listed. This is not transparency, and this is not honesty.
Joshua Shearling, followed by Christine Massa.
I'll try and go quick. I'm a field service engineer, just an overglorified electronics technician. Specifically, my 24 years have all been in radars, specifically military-grade radars used on aircraft carriers. Quick primer. I'm going to give you an analogy of ionizing versus non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation is dangerous. We limit exposure. PET CT scans, X-rays, cosmic sun rays can damage you with too much ionizing radiation. Non-ionizing radiation looks the same. It emits light. It uses words like radiation. It's not radioactive. It doesn't disrupt your electrons. It doesn't rewrite your DNA. It doesn't cause cancer. All of your EMF radiation is safe up to a point where you would have to have something like this. This is a magnetron out of my home microwave. This requires 1,000 watts of power to move the electrons to heat my food. This is what you need. But you shield this with the, everybody knows the wire mesh in front of your glass. That's to protect you from dangerous. This is 1,000 watts. 3 watts. Cell phone towers are not much more powerful than this. They have a 1.6 per watt per square meter. It's actually very, very low rating. Who needs more 5G? Firefighters, ambulances, police. Because when you get into an ambulance and they start checking your vitals, they alert the hospital via cell phone towers. And if there's network congestion, they don't get your patient data to the hospital. We need more 5G antennas. They're safe. Thank you.
Christine Massa.
Thank you. Appreciate you looking out for me. Okay, so I'm actually going to try to keep this brief because Christy McClure basically had my comment verbatim. So thank you very much, Christy. We'll save everybody a little bit of time. I'm going to speak a little bit more generally here. I mean, it's deja vu, right? We've been here before. As Christy mentioned, last month we said that more information was needed. What I'm hearing from these public comments is that the more information that we're hearing is against this policy change and against making any changes to the 5G towers. And All I can think is maybe, Dr. Komrosky, you really have trouble hearing the word no? And maybe you're bringing this back because you know that Danny's on his way out and you made some deal to get his vote this time, possibly. He's not even listening, so I don't really know. You might have talked to him before. But the policy that you're trying to amend is the same. The rationale for the agenda item is the same. It's the exact same verbatim rationale. And the only difference, as my friend Christy mentioned, is that you're asking for third-party monitoring. So I have an idea. Why don't we do the research first and then policy changes after? If you want third-party monitoring, get that first and then think about a policy change. And, you know, I'll just reiterate that the financial impact is not none. I'm speaking. Thank you. The financial impact is not none, and you know that. You're not being transparent. So a third-party vendor would cost money, and you're going to set up the district to have less future revenue by not renewing leases and not allowing new ones. And I think that money could be spent on our students. Thank you.
Last speaker, Jill.
Make sure to watch out for the sign. Don't need a lawsuit.
All right. I'd first like to ask everybody to stand with me in solidarity if you believe that protecting children and those you love from toxins and potentially harmful things is important. Exactly. As the mother of a childhood cancer survivor, I have spent a great deal of time the last several years researching not only what might have caused her leukemia, but also what we can do to prevent a recurrence. One of the things that I have learned in the process is how harmful EMF radiation, Wi-Fi, and 5G is to humans, contrary to what several people are saying. I was one of the ones calling, crying, pleading with the district not to allow these towers on campus when I heard about them originally. But as usual, that fell on deaf ears, just like everything else in the pre-the 3 era did. Speaking to show my unwavering support now for Dr. K's 5G measure, and had I known about it previously, I would have been here to speak in support of it then too. Here, aside from cancer, I'm sorry, this is a very emotional topic for me. EMF damages the brain, heart, and reproductive organs, so considering that, why would we want to subject our children to it? Not only is 5G carcinogenic, it's neurotoxic, causes skin disorders, headaches, heart palpitations, causes reproductive impairment, impairs sleep, impairs circadian rhythms, damages mitochondria and DNA, causes unexplained weight gain, anxiety, depression, chronic fatigue, just to name a few. Recently, within the last few weeks, there was a case where 18 teachers walked off the job and boycotted the installation of 5G towers on
I'll just mention that Mr. Gonzalez brought this back. Would you like to speak first? Otherwise, I'll go first. Yeah, everybody speak first, and then I'll go last.
I'd be happy to, Joe, because this is a difficult one. I know we brought this up in the last meeting. I asked that we kind of take a pause. I really wanted to engage with our administrative staff, ask some questions. I know some of the concerns that were brought up here surrounding our Raptor system and what the requirements were for these 5G towers initially when we approved them. We didn't have that information. I hear both sides. I understand that it's a priority for our district to facilitate technology that is important. We want to have these kids armed with the 21st century tools to be successful. That includes a lot of technology. That includes a lot of wireless. There are ways around that, though, and there's a way to be conscious. And if there is even a potential that we're going to be doing harm to these kids, we have a higher standard to be cautious and to slow down and say, hold on a minute. I like what Dr. Komrosky was able to come up with, and that was the monitoring, because while what he's proposing is a pause. It is a, listen, we're not going to allow any more new towers right now. We understand that we're still 13 years out from those leases that exist expiring. That gives us time to measure what the actual waves are at those sites. My understanding is that the cost for that is almost nothing. It is ridiculously small amount of money to see what those waves actually are. In addition, we did sit down with Dr. Velez. She engaged with Ms. Lash. They got some additional information regarding what some of the other districts have done about this. I'm being thoughtful from both sides of this issue. At this point, I think it's a good idea that we take this pause and that we pass the resolution so that Dr. Komorowski can engage with the city manager, other experts to see about planning for the future infrastructure of this city and making sure that we're doing it in a way that does not even potentially endanger any children who are a lot more susceptible to harm from these rays. So that's where I'm at.
As I recall, last meeting, you said you would like some more information to bring this resolution back. I heard lots of new information from that engineer and from that gentleman, both of whom say there is no harm from these towers. I have not heard any new information from an expert that says there is harm. Therefore, I think both of these need to be removed from the agenda. As we said last time, new information we could talk about. I got lots of new information saying that this stuff is not harmful. So I think that we need to remove them and move on. I move to table them both and move on to item 3.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Barclay.
Well, first of all, I don't believe this item was agendized properly because you said it's brought by you, Danny, but it's not. It's submitted by Joe. And when we did this before with social studies, it was not brought back because a person who voted no has to bring it back, and it's brought back by Joe who voted yes.
My vote was a no vote.
You didn't bring it back, though. It's submitted by Joe.
I didn't
It's a
have-
formality. The board president,
I didn't have
he
authority
requested
to
it.
abstain from that vote. It was a no vote.
But you didn't bring it back onto this agenda. It's submitted by Joe.
I did, and it was me who asked that it be put back on the agenda. This was an issue that was brought forward by Joe. He is the original author of the policy, so.
Well, for
Either
the record.
way, it doesn't matter.
It's
We-
on the record that I don't believe this is
It-
agendized
it doesn't.
properly because according to legal, which we consulted last time, it has to be submitted by a person who voted no, and it was submitted by Dr. Komorowski. Secondly, it's just not necessary. Every time a cell tower approval is even considered, it's brought to this board. This is not necessary. It's once again kind of a waste of time. If we wanted to do monitoring, that's a whole different subject. We could have discussed that and probably just done that easily. But this is unnecessary. No matter what, it will come to this board for approval. We don't need to say we're not going to do it. Because if it comes and the next board after we're all gone decides to put one, they're just going to rescind this and vote yes. So it doesn't really matter. It's just a real waste of time to have this on the agenda in this way. We can still continue to investigate it. And you might have heard new things. We didn't hear new things. Nothing new has been presented. We were asking, why did other cities not allow towers? I'm curious. We wanted to know, why did other school districts not allow towers? I'm curious. We haven't had this information sent to us. I would have preferred more information because I still don't feel like we're making an informed decision because once again, we're in the same boat. I hear one side with a whole bunch of facts and figures and another side with a whole bunch of facts and figures. We could argue it all day. But the bottom line is it's not necessary because no matter what, this board would have to approve a new tower. So I would prefer not doing this. And as Mr. Schwartz said, let's move forward. If it comes up again, If someone wants to give us a tower or put a tower on our property, that's a time for discussion. It's just not necessary. Waste of time.
Thanks, Ms. Barclay. Ms. Wiersma?
It's interesting. We live in an era where you can find experts on every side. We saw it with COVID, we saw it with masks, we see it with vaccines, we see it everywhere. And I think the bottom line is here, if it's monitoring that we can bring in that's helpful, and we're taking that time as you've described to do that research and confer with the city. Joseph, I respect your life's work. I know the experts and some of the material you've gone through and the time that you've spent, and so I am putting my trust in that, and I'm fine to move forward to do what we need to do in this particular arena, knowing there may be a point to have other discussions and it may bring other facets to the surface. So that's where I'm at.
Thanks, Ms. Wiersma. Dr. Velez, do you have anything to add before I speak?
No, I'd just like to share, kind of going after what Mr. Gonzalez said. We did have a meeting with Dr. Komrosky, Ms. Lash, myself, and I believe her name was Theodora. I apologize not knowing her last name from the Environmental Health Trust. We had a conversation about that, and just as I acknowledged last time, I can listen to information. In no way am I an expert in this area. Our conversation with Dr. Komrosky is we have no current plans whatsoever to add any more 5G towers on any of our campuses. And as Ms. Barclay said, if there was ever an intention to do that, it would be brought before this board to have some of those conversations. So, Ms. Lash, you can confirm for me that there is no 5G tower recommendation on any of our school sites, correct? Okay.
Thanks, Dr. Velez. Okay, so I have a few points. Here we go. I said a lot on the last board meeting. I'll just summarize some of those points, but.
Excuse me, I made a motion to table this. Could we go through the process?
Excuse me, no.
What do you mean, no?
I haven't spoken yet. You
Well,
just don't.
it doesn't matter. I made a motion to table it.
You
Either
don't,
we're
you, don't,
gonna.
you don't make a motion before I speak, and I'm the governing board president. Have
Yeah,
some respect.
I understand that, and I do respect
I mean, you
you,
gotta have
but
some respect.
I'm sorry. We agreed at the last meeting that unless there was new information, we were not going to talk about this. And unless you have new experts and new information, I don't think we need to
Ms.
spend
Schwartz,
any
why
more
don't you-
time on
Mr.
this.
Schwartz, why don't you act
Due
like a
respect.
professional and let me speak instead of being, I mean, this is unprofessional. So I'm going to speak. I'm actually going to speak. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. All right, number one, I want to be the person that's known in this community who will err on the side of caution to protect our children. And if that's not a symbolic sign, I don't know what is. I'm taking a stance, and I want to be the person to consolidate with district. I want to lower, the possible harms of EMF, RF. I've heard community members misrepresent what I said at the last meeting. Of course, I know the difference between ionizing and non-ionizing. I'm a PET CT tech. I have literally injected radiation into people for 20 years. It was my job. I measured radiation. I made that very clear. I also made clear that non-ionizing radiation like this harms people in the two types, thermal and non-thermal. You want to talk about non-thermal damage? We have DNA. We have lower sperm reduction. This is factual evidence. For the people that are saying there is no harm, honestly, you got to pull your head out of the sand. You really do. So it's actually embarrassing, but it's fine. It's fine. So way back in January 2021, 329 concerned residents next to Temecula Middle School, and I believe one of the community members that spoke was one of them, they protested. It was called Remove Cell Tower from Temecula Middle School, Protect Our Children and Neighbors. Let me just tell you something. I heard your voice back then. One of the reasons I ran and got elected was on this issue. I heard all 329 parent voices. I'm here. So nothing happened. People were ignored. To back up a little bit, on the last meeting, I actually cited a couple, pieces of evidence, and they were pretty huge. And one of them, entailed 11,000 pages of evidence. Mrs. Barclay, did you even once look into that? I gave it to you in open session, and Mr. Schwartz. I wonder if anybody
Yes.
actually tried to look into it.
Yes, I did. Thank you
Good,
for
thank
asking
you,
me,
thank
and
you.
I did. I appreciate it.
11,000 pages of evidence. Okay, so when people say there's no evidence, and I'm saying there's 11,000 pages of evidence, common sense might have just went out the window. So now let me give you one piece of evidence. Let me give you one piece of evidence. Excuse me, ma'am. Please, thank you. I'll wait. American Journal of Men's Health. Believe me, this is just one of thousands of pieces of evidence. Mobile phone base station tower settings adjacent to school buildings impact on students' cognitive health. Bunch of MDs, I can't even read their names, they're great. Abstract, the use of mobile phones has remarkably increased and become a basic need of daily life. We get it, it's ubiquitous, it's everywhere, not going anywhere, we get it. Increasing subscriptions of mobile phones boost the installation of mobile phone base stations. Long story short, 200 meters away, there was a tower. 217 volunteer male students between ages 13 and 16 registered from 2 different intermediate schools. 124 students were from school 1, 93 students were from school 2, located 200 meters from the, this base station. Do you know what they found at the end of this study over 2 years? Just one piece. Despite the limitation of this cross-sectional study, it is identified that high exposure to RF EMF produced by mobile phone base station towers is associated with a decrease in fine and gross motor skills and spatial working memory and attention in schools, adolescents compared to students who had been exposed to low RF EMF. This study provides cognizance to society and stakeholders in healthcare about the health hazards of RF EMF produced by these stations. No one can deny that the facilities are being provided, no one can deny the facilities that are being provided by the telecommunication industry, but it is believed that nothing should be compromised over health. This is a study that shows cognitive decline in students. So when you go to the TMS tower, I want you to be thinking, how many meters is that away from the school? Just saying, there's a study. What about the Chaparral Tower above the freaking bleachers? Just think about it. Hundreds of students and parents sit under there. So this is what gets me angry. It's just a dismissal of evidence. Shake your head. I'll give you. Anybody in the public, please, please, please email me. I'll call you. I'll meet you for coffee. We'll go over this evidence. I can't convince you it's fine. So experts around the world. This is another fascinating one. Forget me, because I know, most people don't want to hear about my dissertation. It's great. 2020 consensus statement of UK and international medical and scientific experts, 3,500 medical doctors, hundreds of peer-reviewed scientific studies have demonstrated adverse biological effects occurring in response to range of NIR exposures below current safety standards. I mean, I could just go on and on. Thousands of medical experts around the world, and then you're saying there's no evidence. Common sense, again, out the window. I just refuse to let that stand. I have to check you. Leases, 3 towers we have. Just to be clear, I don't think we can get out of these leases. I've had Mrs. Lash and legal, yes, legal, there you go, have to ask, can we break out of the contracts? Can we? I'm not sure we can. Right now, we haven't had a response, right? That's just out there. So yes, we might have the towers, might be stuck with them. I don't like it. But what we did is in this consent calendar, ET&T, we have a guy that's going to come out and at 3 to 5 different locations of both schools, he's going to take measurements. It's because of the safety of the students. Don't you want to know what what emissions reports you can get, like data from these towers? We can't get it. I've had Lash try to reach out to AT&T and T-Mobile. Nobody answers. I can't speak to the audience. So when somebody can come, a professional that measures the RF radiation in milliwatts per meter squared at 3 or 5 different locations, and the community can get monthly checkups on emissions reports, don't you want that? Because guess what? We don't have that now. So, absolutely, I'll be the one reporting it out. I'm excited about this. It just got voted in the consent calendar. So, all right. So, with that being said, we probably are stuck with the towers. I'm really excited that I think I have, consensus. But now back to Steve. We'll take your motion to table this.
It's fine. Just go ahead.
All right. Then I call for a motion to pass this. this policy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you call roll, please?
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Barclay,
No.
Schwartz,
No.
Wiersma.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Lene. And I have to repeat, this policy is illegal.
We're in the middle of a roll
Excuse
call.
me, can I finish?
This is a point of order. You are not allowed to talk. We are in the middle of a roll call.
Your time for discussion was
Jesus, Steve.
Wiersma.
I didn't vote yet. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Schwartz.
I'm still thinking
said
about.
no.
I didn't say no.
Yes, you
I'm
did.
still-
No, but let me.
I'm still thinking about my vote.
This-
Stop mansplaining.
This is embarrassing.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yeah,
You know,
see?
as a
I'm
point of
thinking-
order, Mr. Schwartz, you are literally being unprofessional.
Don't point at
No,
me
I am. It's
like
a point
I'm
of
a
order.
child.
You are being unprofessional.
Don't point at me
You're
like
acting
I'm
like a child. You are not allowed to discuss.
Excuse me. Every
No.
board member has the same right to speak
You
as you do.
you have had your right to speak. We are literally doing a roll call. Please, Lene. This is embarrassing.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky.
Was that a threat, Mr. Schwartz?
It's a statement. Fact.
Aye. Motion adopted 3-2. Praise God. Two more comments. Resolution 2023-2409 in the matter of the wireless telecommunication installment. We have, I think, 2 to 3 comments? 2, so we can do 2 minutes apiece.
First up is Christy McClure, followed by Jennifer Bach.
Me again. I'm still confused how a resolution that was brought up last meeting and failed to get a second is brought up again at the next meeting by the same board member, unless what was written in the agenda and presented to all of us was not accurate or truthful. It's the same exact resolution, word for word, verbatim, no changes. I did my research on this. I could have sworn that this exact issue was discussed at a meeting earlier this year, that once a resolution fails to obtain a second and dies, it can't be brought back. I don't know the rules about that one, or if my comments even make any sense, because you're going to change what actually was in the agenda. Does it need to have different verbiage or be changed somehow so it can be brought back, or do we bring back the exact same one? I think this happened before for Jen, that you've had a few agenda items fail to get a second. Allison and Steve have proposed ones that got a second and failed to pass. Like, can these guys bring their stuff back up every single meeting and keep doing this? I'm confused by the rules are here. And sometimes we follow them and sometimes we don't. Sometimes rules apply to some board members, but sometimes not others. I could list so many examples of this. Like, sometimes disruptive people in the audience get kicked out, that others are allowed to stay and berate and verbally assault people, even minors. Or sometimes we press pause on important financial decisions like COLA for teachers, but then we rush other big financial decisions like hiring a new superintendent or signing a contract with a law firm to fight a lawsuit to the Supreme Court. I'm confused about policies and whether stuff we hear in one meeting and then it's different in another meeting. Like sometimes we need all 5 board members here for important decisions, like when Danny was missing in September, but then other times it doesn't matter.
How is this related to
I
this,
don't
resolution
understand
item?
how this has come
It's
back.
not. Okay.
This policy has come back, and at a different board meeting, you said this was not allowed. You said that to another board member, and I don't get why the rules are different. I just don't get it.
Thank you.
Jennifer Bach.
I'm also confused on a couple of things. I get safety should be paramount. Safety absolutely should come first. I'm an advocate for safety. That's one thing we actually haven't talked about much in these board meetings. I know back in June we had a safety briefing about what they were doing differently in schools. And some people brought safety concerns about the kids in traffic, which seems to be safety issued. But we're stuck on this issue for some reason. And you haven't presented any motion to do monitoring. You're just entering into a motion to do what you want to do, it seems like, because you're just set on it and let's do let's do the research later. Let's do the monitoring later. Let's implement this first. And again, it seems completely backwards. So I'm just asking you, if you want to do monitoring because you're concerned about safety, then implement that as a measure, because this doesn't make sense. Again, we're putting the cart before the horse. Please just do your due diligence and do your research first. Present the data first. If you want to hire somebody, as Danny said, it was very low cost. I don't know what that cost was, but put that in the measure, not at zero value. Because for zero value, you said you were actually spending time with legal to find out if you can break leases. Given the costs of legal fees that we've been presented and how much those have gone up, that doesn't sound like zero value. That sounds expensive. And breaking leases cannot sound cheap either. I imagine, given what these people have been saying about those revenues that is giving our district, that is not free either. That's revenue to our school district. And you're just casually like trying to throw those out because you believe that these are safety hazards. I haven't seen any monitoring, any motion to monitoring. I see you pushing your agenda, even though it was already shut down, to continue doing what you want to do without the research done first. And I just ask, do your due diligence first, proceed the right way. Thank you.
Any discussion? Yeah. All right,
Well,
I will read off because there's clarity here. So on this one, there was no second. This absolutely can be brought back. On the other one, Danny's vote as an abstaining was counted as a no. It can be brought back only by his request or by yours or Mr. Schwartz. Jen and I, we were out. So Danny requested it be brought back. My name's on it. That's a formality. Had he not requested, was not allowable. Run by general legal. Imagine that. Had to ask legal. This is legal, what's happening. So this is just clarity to the public, being transparent.
And it's the exact same thing that I did with the TCI curriculum. We were the dissenting votes and we brought that back. It doesn't matter if my name was on it or not. After the consideration that we went through, I trust Dr. Komorowski's research on this topic. We are not the experts on it. I understand that, but it's a pause. I trust him to work with the city and come up with the long-term plans. So.
I mean, the main problem with this resolution is that part of it isn't actually legal, so it's kind of embarrassing to have it in there about the 1,500-foot setback, because that can be, they don't have to follow that. No, because in a right-of-way situation, telecom companies don't have to follow that. And secondly, we still haven't talked to the city. So again, I hesitate on this resolution, cart before the horse. Seems like we could talk to the city first, establish a relationship, and then move forward in having a good conversation and maybe a joint resolution. I'm not opposed to safety of children. Are you kidding me? My entire life's work since I was 19 years old has been devoted to children, literally every day of my life, my own 4 plus the thousands that I've worked with. Safety is number one for me. And I'm not against getting data and getting information. I did look at some of that information. Claims are not proof. That's what I saw in some of the documents that you submitted. I've seen information on both sides. So I like logic, problem solving. We should speak with the city first before we put things in a resolution demanding something from them. We should do the monitoring before we put in a resolution that says we're not going to do something and then we're going to find out about it later. So that's my opinion.
I'll let everybody else speak first, then I'll go last.
I move to call the question.
Okay, gonna make a point before we. Ken, let me make a quick one. So they're, LA Unified passed this 6-0, very liberal school board. You know why? Because they know it causes harm to the environment. Encinitas City, very liberal city, used to live there, used to surf. You know what? They banned 5G. To answer your question, the reason we start here first is because we got the kids and we got the towers. Then we deal with city. And we don't deal with them, we just suggest, hey, you mind doing this for us? And this is a very conservative standard. Like I said, I work at Walnut, that's where I teach. the city of Walnut said, hey, man, no towers within 1,500 feet of schools. I love that. That's what I would like for Temecula. That's it. So if there's no other discussion, we can move.
Dr. Komorowski, I would just like to address one thing with Mr. Gonzalez, because I know this was a request of him the last time. So I didn't want to leave that undone. But I know that there was a request that Ms. Lash and I work and try and reach out to other districts, Palo Alto, LA Unified, some other cities, which I believe one was Encinitas. I just want to be very clear. She made multiple calls and did not get anything back. Some of them were large organizations, and we didn't get anything back or any information. So I didn't want to I want to make sure I address that. And Ms. Lash did make those calls.
Well, and one other thing that I think we should address here, just because I know it was a concern, was regarding the Raptor system and all of these things. I know Dr. Komorowski looked into if, in fact, we were to remove those, what it would cost. But I know that that is not the immediate goal. There is a lot of planning. There's a lot of things that go into that. There are a lot of considerations. And this is not a knee-jerk reaction. This is, we're taking a pause, and we're going to put the time and energy into investigating any potential harm for our students. So thank you for that.
For clarification, we're talking 5G and cell towers. That is wholeheartedly different from Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And our Raptor system is on our Wi-Fi system. So 5G has nothing to do with our Raptor system, according to our IMS department.
Thank you, Ms. Lash. Danny, I got some evidence from LA Unified just to give it to you. Because you requested it. It was just something sent to us. Theodore from Environmental Health Trust. There's so much stuff I can give you. Sorry about my notes all over.
Can we all have it? Can we all have that?
You know what? I'll email you a copy. Well,
Great.
can I do that without violating? You know
Yes, one-way communication, sounds great.
One-way communicate, yeah, because this has got a lot of notes on. All right, I'll send it to you.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay, so I call for a motion and a second to adopt this resolution. I'll move. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Barclay,
No.
Schwartz,
No.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komorowski.
Yes, motion adopted 3-2. Okay, we have 6 public comments. This is on oral summary of recommendation regarding salary and/or fringe benefits, Government Code Section 54953, ratification, consideration, and/or possible approval of Superintendent Employees Agreement, Government Code Sections 53262 and 54953. You said 6 comments? Okay, 6 comments to a piece, okay.
First up, we have Edgar Diaz, followed by Jenny Scharf.
Good evening. I just wanted to come up and just talk a little bit about the process that was used to bring forward a new superintendent into the district. I know I had talked to quite a few board members before about the process that we used with the hiring of the last superintendent, and I think most people agree that there should be a process that was transparent, that involved the community, that involved parents, that involved any kind of stakeholders out there that would be able to give a good positive input. And I know we haven't had a chance to actually talk about that process and what that would look like, but it would have been great to be able to have multiple rounds of candidates to be able to be vetted and looked through. It would have been great to have a list of finalists who were announced that then could be brought before the community and the community could ask questions of. It would have been great to have a second round of interviews to choose those final finalists or to choose the candidate from those finalists. And then to have the opportunity for the board to be able to vet them, look and talk to them over a period of time. I think the concerns you're going to hear today are mostly about just it being rushed. I mean, having interviews that happened yesterday and then coming forward for a summary today with nothing else besides just an announcement of a final candidate that was chosen for the superintendent position for our district. Thank you.
Jennifer Scharf, followed by Jennifer Bach.
Alrighty.
First and foremost, I am sure Dr. Woods is a very affable person who generally cares about students and education. His previous years of service in education demonstrate that. Please know that nothing I say is meant to disparage him. However, the lack of transparency in the selection of our new superintendent goes against everything this board majority ran on. The community was asked to respond to not one, but 2 surveys regarding the selection of a new superintendent. Where are those results? Did the community want a new superintendent who has not been in the education field for 8 years, who has less experience than our previous superintendent who was fired without cause, than our current interim superintendent who knows this district and community inside and out and applied for this job but yet was not given an interview? And why the rush? Why weren't board members shown resumes or CVs? While it is apparent that this board majority does not care about a transparent and meticulous process, other board members may, and I can assure you this community does, and we deserve better. I am not sure if Dr. Woods knows what he has gotten himself into. Does he know that community members, including parents, students, and teachers, including myself, are suing the district for constitutional violations? Does he know that the current board majority uses that dais as a bully pulpit to push their extremist, anti-student agendas or to malign and defame respected teachers by name? Does he know that against their own governance handbook that they barge into schools unannounced, making demands of the employees? Does he know about the hundreds of thousands of dollars the 3 have wasted on their pet projects instead of being used on the district students? I sincerely hope he has a stomach for what he is about to endure. And finally, the board majority members, Komrosky, Gonzalez, and Wiersma, are indeed racist homophobes. I hope Dr. Woods does not let them intimidate him into mirroring their bigotry. Thank you.
Jennifer Bach, followed by Chris Lindberg.
I didn't get here in time to read my public comments for the closed meeting, so I'll try to keep it on this regarding salary and fringe benefits. Assuming that you guys have already voted and are bringing on somebody that's not known to the public. I haven't heard any mention of names by any of the board members or candidates. We know that stuff are happening behind the scenes, but I'm hearing that even you were left in the dark on a lot of this, so I'm a little confused on the process. Again, I believe that it's probably a lack of process, a lack of procedure, and a lack of information. And I hope that's taken into account for this salary and the benefits that you guys are going to pass for this superintendent. From the research that I've done, probably as much time as you had to do your research yourselves because you weren't presented background information or resumes or CVs for this individual. But I hope that's all taken into consideration, given that he has not worked in schools in the last 8 years and could not be hired in the schools, that he was actually an associate with the contracting firm for only the last few months. I hope it's taken into consideration that he ran a school with only 47 students. I hope it's taken into consideration that we don't even pay our own teachers fairly, and that his compensation reflects his experience for a Temecula Valley School District type of professionalism, because he does not have the experience. From what I've seen, and you haven't presented anything to the contrary, I hope that's taken into consideration when you're thinking about his contract and his benefits package. Because not only do we have to pay him his benefits package for our new superintendent, but we also had to pay out the last superintendent. We had to pay a severance package for her. So this better be a hell of a gain, given that we have to not only pay off them, but we're putting all this money into a new superintendent that, from what I see, is unqualified as crap. But I hope all of that is taken into consideration. I hope the current salaries are taken into consideration, because hearing that our teachers make the same salaries as McDonald's is absolute bull.
Chris Lindberg, followed by Upney.
Good evening. Yesterday, this school board circumvented all the norms of our excellent school district's usual hiring conventions by choosing a superintendent to lead us without the vetting, input from stakeholders, and transparency that is required for a job like this. The candidate chosen has been out of public school leadership since 2015. A world of changes have happened in the educational sector in that time. When this chosen candidate was a principal, his school had only 600 students, a number surpassed in size by many of our current elementary schools. When he was a superintendent, his district was only 10% of the size of ours. While 3 members of this school board have claimed their values are to push parental involvement, no parents were consulted or part of the interview or screening process for this position. While 3 members of this school board have claimed they value transparency, they did all this in a secret meeting and in a rush to get this new superintendent on board, maybe before 1 or more of them could be recalled. I'm a previous TVEA president. When I was president, I was part of a panel interview for assistant superintendent candidates who had previously been screened by a robust group of district leaders knowledgeable about our district's needs and programs. The panel also included directors, administrators, CSEA, and a few community members who were involved in education in some way. We all scored candidates on a number of criteria, and then data drove the decision-making process. When a tentative decision was made, it was followed up by visits to the candidate's district with observations and interviews of employees at all levels to guarantee that the candidate was indeed what our district needed. If our district wasn't already the laughingstock of the educational community before this, it surely is now. In speaking with district leaders from outside our district, I heard that most superintendent candidates would not accept a position when the school board had a 3-2 vote for approval. This indicates a divided district.
Followed by Christine Massa.
I've spoken twice. I'm going to say it like the 3rd time. $5.2 million, $2 million deficit, the last budget that the superintendent served. Lawsuits, 685,000 racial discrimination lawsuit. I would ask you to reconsider. They bought a house for that superintendent, which they couldn't lease out even for $9,000. This is Temecula, not Beverly Hills. We will not be able to pay $1,000 to save the school district when we can't pay the teachers. It was a $330 million bond. All of you, if you're property owners, there's a line on your property tax statement which says BNI, which was Measure Y that was passed in 2012. And this superintendent took over Measure E. They had to pass a bond for $330 million, then they passed it again for $335 million, and the property taxes went up by $400 for each of the residents. Beverly Hills can afford it, Temecula cannot. So I am again requesting you to reconsider. This is being forced to. Nobody would touch this superintendent with a 10-foot pole, which we have hired. No decent candidate will come to the school. And the amount of applicants states that. So I would be very careful with the length of the contract that you sign. Because we already paid $362,000, and for the firm that we paid $50,000, and they just sent us one of theirs, okay, here you go. This one's, you can take it. He started in June, you can have him now. I don't think that's a good way of hiring. I've hired many people, and I've regretted one hire in my entire life, and I'm telling you this is going to be the one that you're going to regret. But you're going to be gone by then, so I guess you don't have to worry about it.
Christine?
Be sure to get my good side. Now, we know the superintendent's agreement gets negotiated with every new superintendent, so I'm curious. How did you know last week when you put this agenda together that you would need an agenda item for the superintendent negotiations, unless you knew for sure you'd find a superintendent among the 3 candidates you interviewed yesterday? Especially considering you allegedly didn't know who you were going to interview yesterday before you met them in the room. But we know it's all official because Jen put it on Instagram. So did you ask yourself, of those 3 candidates, this is the best of the best for Temecula? Someone who's only been a superintendent of school districts 1/10 the size of ours, who hasn't worked in public education for 8 years, who hops school districts and jobs? This is the best for Temecula? So let's talk about how this candidate was selected. If the agreement is transparent, the process should be too. So I reviewed the HIA contract. Per the contract, they were supposed to shortlist candidates, then present you with a slate of candidates and their application data. From there, you were supposed to review the candidate list and then shortlist and have interviews with the people that you shortlisted from the slate. Now, I don't personally believe that any of that happened. You interviewed 3 people, allegedly having no information on them beforehand, and we assumed that 2 of them were sham candidates, and you selected the one you already knew you were going to select. So are you planning to pay Haya when they violated their contract? To pay them for a candidate that they've not been able to get hired for months that he's been associated with them? How can you be confident that this is the best for TVUSD? Thank you.
Just waiting for the unprofessionalism in the audience. Let's not act like children. Let's act like adults. Thank you. I'll wait. We'll wait. Do we have any discussion on this item?
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz.
So I'm not going to comment on the candidate or what we did in closed session, because that would be unprofessional. Yet already some people have published who the candidate is. I wondered how they knew that.
We read it out in open session.
Yeah, but I wonder how they knew beforehand, but irrelevant. So I'm just going to read from the contract that we signed with Hazard Young and Associates. Some of the things that I think were not done correctly. So number one says prepare a leadership profile report for the board. We got that on Sunday in an email, but I don't know that the profile was used to advertise for candidates since they already were coming in a few days, so I don't know how that happened. Prepare application materials of selected slate of candidates for the board consideration. All I know is we saw 3 people. I did not see any application materials, any CVs, any resumes, or anything else of that nature. Present a slate of candidates, the number of candidates to be determined by the board with a recommendation. Nobody presented me a slate of candidates or asked me for a recommendation. Schedule interviews for the board with selected semifinalists and finalists. We did not meet any semifinalists. Coordinate and provide investigative background checks of candidates to the board as selected and paid for by the board. I was told by the gentleman from HYA that once we selected a candidate, we would do a background check. HYA Associates will not be present at the board interviews or site visit. We didn't do any site visits, but will assist the board in the scheduling. The gentleman from HYA was in the interview room with all the candidates, not at all the time, but for part of the time. The requirements for transparency of finalists to comply with open meeting laws and public employment laws in their state. I have no idea with what happened complied with the laws. The board will write and execute the employment contract with the selected superintendent with the assistance of its attorney. I had nothing to do with writing the employment contract. As far as I know, it was written by the board attorney. The board will communicate with local media regarding the search process and appointment of a superintendent with its community relations, public relations designee. Don't know that that happened. As far as payment goes, we have paid them 50% upon beginning the contract. 25% will be invoiced after the leadership profile report. I don't know if that's been paid, and I certainly don't think we should be paying the rest of this contract. So as far as I'm concerned, the facade of openness, communication with parents and stakeholders has not been done in this process, and I believe it is a sham.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Anybody else?
So also, you know, I'm not going to speak about closed session or about our candidates or the candidate was chosen. I know very little about him. And this has been my concern from the beginning, is that it has not been a transparent process, which I don't think is fair to the community, all sections of the community. It's unfortunate. My goal, which was stated from the beginning, was that, you know, things clearly haven't gone my way this year. However, in this case, if possible, oh, thank you so much, thank you. But if possible, could we possibly come together on this decision? Because it's happening. So I was hopeful that we could, you know, forever the optimist that I am, that we could work together on this, that we could make it transparent. Dates were discussed months ago, like July, I think it was, and we knew the dates, but they were never given to the public, which is the problem. You know, if we were going to do full-day interviews, we could tell you months in advance, hey, we're going to do full-day interviews. Don't take time off work. We're just letting you know this is what's going to happen. I was hopeful that's what we would be doing, that we would get the leadership profiles, that we'd put it out to the community. Hey, here's the leadership profile that you all contributed to, and everyone had some time to mull that over. And then that would be in what we were advertising for the candidates. And then we would get people that met that profile. And then, you know, if we chose to have a process where names were redacted, you know, for fairness, that's fine. But at this point, as of sitting here right now, I have never seen a resume of anyone that applied for this position. I've never seen a reference, not a reference letter, not a reference summary, not a, hey, here's who I talked to and this is what they said about them, not any discussion of that. It's super customary in hiring executive positions at this level that you would do some preliminary background checks, such as DMV, credit check, some real preliminary stuff is typically done. We have none of that was done. So I cannot, no matter how great any candidate was that came into the room, I can't put my name on this decision because it was not transparent to any of you, on no matter what color shirt you're wearing. It was not transparent, I don't believe, and I don't feel it was transparent to us. I think it was not a good process. And it's unfortunate because we've wasted so much time and not to mention money on this project to get to, really, we're no better off. We're still divided. I mean, this poor guy's gonna come in here and he's gonna face all of this when it totally could have been avoided. I wish we could slow it down a little bit, rewind a little bit, have a few more discussions. That was my preference. And I hate that we have to, I'm just guessing, wild guess, that we might go 3-2 on this decision. And I hate we have to do that. I hate he has to come in with a 3-2. That's sad and silly. And most of all, what breaks my heart is that we did not have the courtesy to interview our interim superintendent. It's unheard of, it's ridiculous, it's embarrassing, and it's an insult. And I hope you know that we appreciate all the work you've done. And we have not had the chance to even learn of your amazing leadership skills in a perfect scenario because you've kept us afloat all this time. And we appreciate you for that. So once again, I'm saddened by this process and frustrated, and I just wanted it to go different. I thought we could possibly even just slightly come together if we could have a good process, but here we are.
I'll go for it.
Mr. Gonzalez?
agree with you, Ms. Barclay, wholeheartedly. When we set out to start this process, I believe it was you and I who were the most vocal advocates that we wanted this process to be untainted. We wanted it to be as inclusive as possible. We talked about what happened when Dr. McClay was appointed superintendent and how that rubbed a lot of people in the community the wrong way, including TVEA not having any input on her hiring. They wanted to go outside the district and look for candidates. We didn't want to do that. The process that we set out to outline is exactly what was followed. I don't believe that a couple of the board members are happy with the outcome, and I think that they bucked at the process the entire time. I will tell you that Mr. Ali, HYA, did exactly what we hired them to do, and then some. They curated a list of candidates. They vetted candidates for us. They brought us a slate of wonderful candidates. Every single person that interviewed for that position is a potential rock star superintendent. We just had to evaluate what was needed for our district in this moment at this time to get us past this period and move us into the future for this district. We found that immediately, and I thank Makai for all of his work, everything that he did. I value his leadership through the process. I will not, sit back and allow him to be trashed or destroyed. He did an excellent job, and I would recommend him to any other school that wanted to use his services. At the end of the day, I am thoroughly excited about this new superintendent coming into this district. I think that this gentleman is exactly what this district needs at the time. An amazing communicator, somebody who's going to bridge the gap. Also somebody who came in and saw the value in our district and in the people that are already in this district and is excited about coming in and working with those people and helping to bridge some of those gaps and to repair some of the hurt that's in this district. He's the type of leader I think we need. His experience goes without saying. His experience was amazing, and he draws from a wealth of different experiences that he brings into this district, an outside perspective, not business as usual as we've seen here for the last 2 decades. I think that this is the right move for our district at the right time. The process was as transparent as we could be, and if we lacked in any, if we lacked in any area, it was the communication of what was going on with the process, which is another area that we've been trying to work on, and we need to continue to try and work on. And this is the type of person coming into this district that can help to bridge that gap and to improve on that. So I'm really excited, and I'm saddened that it's not going to be a 5-0 vote, because I think both of you agree that who we selected is a very capable and admirable candidate. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Schwartz? What's that?
Yeah,
No, I gotta go. Yeah, Mr. Schwartz, yeah.
I refrained from talking about the candidate because I thought it would be disrespectful, and I'm going to continue to do that. I am thoroughly disgusted with the process, and I don't think that never mind, I have nothing else to say.
Ms. Wiersma? Mr. Schwartz, if you change your mind, go after Mrs. Wiersma. Ms. Wiersma?
I am going to talk about the candidate because I talked to Mr. Huff, and I do have that ability to tell you what I liked.
No, please, don't.
I've checked it with legal.
Perfect.
So the first thing I want to say is I do want to echo Mr. Gonzalez's.
We sat here politely and listened to you. No, you didn't. You scoffed at what I said.
Just let him go.
So please.
Let him do
I
it.
have nothing else to say. I said my piece. Talking.
All right, we can get through this. Mrs. Wiersma?
Mr. Gonzalez, well said. I do also want to thank Makai Ali of Hazard and Young and Atia for bringing us such a high caliber of individuals. We actually functioned so well yesterday asking questions and having these people share their hearts with us. It was an honor to be with them. I think one thing that stood out about Mr. Woods is his tenacity. And I don't know if it's because he grew up on a farm in Turlock, but to hear his work ethic and his values and his love for education and for students and for meeting people where they're at, I'm telling you, he walked in the room and emanated a charisma and a strength that touched me. And I truly believe right now with where we're at, he's gonna be somebody who's gonna put his arm around you and say, I'm with you. I'm here to hear your challenges. I'm here to figure out what your goals are and how I can come alongside you. And he's gonna do it, I think, with a smile and expecting accountability. And it's gonna be a change that we need. And it is going to be a pivot that I think and hope long-term that we'll all appreciate. I understand the sentiment. I understand the cynicism, and I respect each person's opinion. He has played every role. He's been a high school English teacher, I think for 7 or 8 years. He will relate to what you're doing in the classroom. He's been a high school coach. He played football and rugby for 4 years in college. I love that he's probably gonna talk to our students as athletes and recognize their love for the game and the need to pursue it. Loved that. He's been a principal. He's turned around a probationary school. He has experience with dual immersion. He worked for a year with a school with kids in special education with high need. And we listened to him tell us about how he went through some of what you experience as IAs, and we appreciate your work. We listened to him having walked the walk and been in that classroom, and the tears probably when he left, because that year was very difficult for him, but it meant everything. There was another slice for me. He talked about transportation and what he's learned in that area. He's been a director in human resources. Wow, I mean, he is going to step into this role understanding so many of you, and I think that is important. He's also been a superintendent. Yes, Beverly Hills isn't Temecula, but my gosh, if you're gonna deal with those people in that situation, and as he talked through the bonds, the taxes, the lawsuits, he was transparent. So I understand Mr. Schwartz saying we didn't see this resume in front of us, but we heard the presentation, we watched the resume come to life. We listened to him, and I will tell you, my gut said, this is somebody who's gonna come to this district and love you and love us and encourage us all to take a step back and evaluate what's going on for the kids. Not for me, not for you, for the kids. Because we've lost it, and I think we all have played a part in this, the chaos, the dissension. I hate it too. I think it was Jennifer that mentioned that. She hates it, you know, and I don't think any of us do. We've just gotten in this pattern where we're reflex at this point. It's the pattern, and I think and believe he's gonna break it and do it with education at the top of his list. He's looked at the fact that maybe we need extra help in math. Not everybody's at grade level. With English, he gave us the statistics, and we know them, and you've probably seen them, but I liked the fact that he's a big believer in looking at aggregate data for performance issues. That is a big deal for him, building a climate of mutual trust and respect and cultivating stewardship and a servant's heart. I'm sorry, but for wherever you are on the spectrum, I think he wants to make that difference. And because he's done so much, I don't think he felt like this was his only option. He's been an entrepreneur. I believe he said he makes his own wine. I'm probably telling too much because I want him to come to the stage of sorts and be able to tell you what I heard. But I feel like Mr. Woods out there who's probably listening needs to know, I'm gonna cheer for you. I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna clap for you. I'm gonna say, go talk to people who have differing opinions. Let's figure out how to bring it together for the good of the kids. And really, I'm there and wanting to pivot, and also recognizing Dr. Velez, and also recognizing our outstanding cabinet members. Let's work together. That's what I see. He's been on the board of directors for Kiwanis, Chamber of Commerce. He's given years dedicating time to the Pasadena Tournament of Roses. 4 children, some of whom are in law enforcement. I believe he said his wife is from Mexico. I don't know if he's fluent in Spanish. I hope so. He's a lot of things. He's not a perfect man. I don't expect anybody to be a miracle worker here, because guess what? We each have to decide how we're going to be different. Are we going to continue the angst and chaos? We don't know how the recall is going to go, how politics are going to go in the future. If this man wants to take on this challenge and say, just being here in Temecula reminds me of Turlock, where I grew up, I'm sorry, that touches me. But he has the resume, he has the doctorate, he has the master's degree, he has the experience in the classroom with kids on every level to connect with each one of you. And I think we can do it. And that's what I'm excited about. And so I just wanted to share that with you, that moving forward, I'm going to be positive. I want to make my own changes. I want to do less with legal. There are things that I want to do differently, and it's because it's the kids. And I think this heart in him, it reminded me a little bit of Rudy in a sense. I could see the personality, but I can see the work ethic. And he's not going to stop until we change some of what's going on, and always have the kids as that priority. So please give him a chance and know that half of what you see online is probably not true. We were there behind the doors. By law, we are doing what we need to do. Makai did an outstanding job. And so I'm excited and I'm positive, and it is a new day.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez and Mrs. Wiersma. I echo your sentiments. You took a lot of, you said a lot of what I wanted to say. First, I want to say thank you, Mr. Ollie and the Hazard Search Firm. Your professionalism was very much appreciated. Made it very smooth for me working with the divided board. Dr. Gary Wood, I am so excited for you to join our district. I knew right when you walked into the room that you would inspire people. You inspired me. People of true character have admirable moral qualities that people look up to. He has those. He doesn't hide his knowledge. He's the type of person that will share it to empower you right where you're at. This is why I'm excited for our district, our divided board, our staff, our students, especially our students. It's all about the students. He's going to go around and he's going to make a solid impact right away. This is my assessment of him. So I'm excited. And that's about it for that. I welcome you, Dr. Wood, with open arms. I'm excited for you to join our community in Temecula. And now I'm going to read out the oral report regarding our superintendent's contract.
Can I
Make it
just,
official.
one quick last thing, just really
Sure.
quickly before we get to that. Just to clarify, Danny, I'm not trying to trash anyone. I think it was mutual issues between possibly our communication with our search firm amongst ourselves. I'm not trying to say, I'm not trying to trash anyone, and I'm certainly not trying to trash any of our applicants. I don't know them. This is fantastic that you guys can project his next 10 years here after listening to him for an hour. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Once again, for me, it was the process, and we did not ever agree that we would hire someone without reading a resume. That's definitely not true. That's not, that was never said. So I just wanted to clarify that, so sorry.
Thanks, Ms. Barclay. I forgot to say this too about Dr. Woods. He was raised on a farm. So was my dad with 7 other kids during a depression in North Dakota. So what I saw in my dad and the way he raised me is a strong work ethic. Same with Dr. Woods. Really appreciated that, and I saw it right away. He won't give up. He's going to engage into problems and get involved as much as possible. So these are things that had a very impactful impression on me. So, oral report regarding superintendent's contract. The Temecula Valley Unified School District has offered to employ Dr. Gary Woods upon certain terms and conditions of an employment contract to commence November 27, 2023. For the term of this contract, Dr. Woods shall receive an annual salary of $333,116, which may be increased at the discretion of the board. Dr. Woods shall be entitled to 12 days of leave of absence for illness or injury with full pay. Dr. Woods may accrue and accumulate sick pay as allowed by the Education Code. Dr. Woods shall be entitled to 24 working days of vacation with pay in addition to holidays as defined in Section 37220 of the Education Code. Dr. Wood shall receive a monthly car allowance of $500 to cover the cost of transportation expenses incurred in the connection with district business. The district shall reimburse Dr. Woods for all actual and necessary expenses incurred by him within the scope of his employment in accordance with applicable district policy. The district shall pay Dr. Woods annual memberships in the Association of California School Administrators and any other organization approved by the board. Dr. Woods shall receive all employment benefits granted to the district's cabinet employees, including a laptop and cell phone. Do I have a motion and a second to approve?
Did it say on there that it's contingent? Wasn't that part of the?
The background check.
So the Temecula Valley Unified School District has offered to employ Dr. Gary Woods upon certain terms and condition. Count that as a background check of an employment contract to commence November 27, 2023. If he passes background check, which is upon certain terms and conditions of employment, he will start his first day November 27th in this district.
And Dr. Komrosky, can you clarify the allowance? We put a time limit on that, didn't we?
We struck off a housing allowance that had a time limit.
The 9 months was for the car allowance.
Is that okay?
That's what we
Was
all
that what
agreed
was
on.
decided in closed?
I believe
Is
that's
that-
correct. That was
okay.
the same, that
9
same
months?
time limit.
Oh, yeah, okay, so.
I just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
before we,
No, this is good, that's why I read it
and
out.
then
So we'll amend.
contingent on the background investigation. Thank you.
We'll amend, Dr. Woods shall receive a monthly car allowance of $500 for 9 months to cover the cost of transportation expenses incurred in the connection with district business. So with that amendment, do we have a motion and a second to approve?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Gonzalez.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Any other discussion?
Just to add that this contract, I don't think it's on here, but just so people understand, it's I think we talked about it, Mrs. Lash, the renewable, can you talk about timing of the contract?
I think we said 9 months.
That it's the same as other contracts?
Right, so the way that it's written is the superintendent will be placed on column E, and then pending a positive evaluation will progress in step every July 1st thereafter.
Yep.
And the term of the contract is through June 2027.
Okay, Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Gonzalez,
Absolutely, yes.
Barclay,
No.
Schwartz,
No.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 3-2. Welcome, Dr. Woods. All righty, we are on to, thank you, Lene. We are on to item 4, notice to conduct a public hearing of the Temecula Valley Unified School District, California School Employees Association and its Chapter 538, tentative agreement, September 22nd, 2023. I call for a motion and a second to give this, to conduct a public hearing on this. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Lene, will you please call roll?
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Barclay,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. We have 3 is it on this specific one, 4? Oh, 5, okay. Number 5, conduct a public hearing of the Temecula Valley Unified School District, California School Employees Association and its Chapter 538, tentative agreement, September 22nd, 2023. I call for a motion and a second to conduct a public hearing on this tentative agreement.
Moved.
I have a motion and a second. Moved by Mr. Schwartz, second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Barclay. Sorry, absent. Schwartz,
Yes.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Wait, did
4-0.
Allison vote?
4-0, she's absent.
Oh, okay, 4-0 with Mrs. Barclay absent. Okay, Board of Education, Temecula Valley Unified School District meeting of November 14, 2023, public hearing. This is the time and place designated for the public hearing to review and consider the tentative agreement September 22nd, 2023 between the Temecula Valley Unified School District and the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 538. I declare the hearing now open at 10:23 p.m. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the tentative agreement September 22nd, 2023 between the Temecula Valley Unified School District and the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 538? We have 2 comments. We can hear them at 2 minutes apiece. 3 comments, 2 minutes apiece. Okay, and we'll. And I'm supposed to say, if so, please state your name prior to making your comments when you come up. Yep. 2 minutes apiece, to be consistent.
Next up is Andrew Enriquez, followed by Edgar Diaz.
Good evening. Dr. Velez, let Ms. McClain know that we appreciate the team that they put together to help finally get our contract together and done, and hopefully voted yes on by the 5 of you. We worked long and hard, and unfortunately, we went long. We went 1.5 years without it. There were some bumps in the road, but we overcame them with Mr. Arce and his team, and we appreciate that the 2 of you put those teams together. Thank you for all that you've done for us. Thank you that all you're going to do in the future. Take care. I hope that you guys do vote yes for this contract. As you guys know, you've been through the 1.5 years that we've had to go through this. And as you know, we'll be moving into impasse potentially for our compensation that is held over because the contract had taken so long. So it's kind of out of place and it's out of order of the way it went. But we got to do what we got to do, and we got to move forward with the things that we need to move forward with. The first important thing, though, is to make sure that my people, my classified members, have a contract. So thank you, and I hope that you vote yes.
Edgar, followed by Josh Shearling.
Edgar Diaz, President of Temecula Valley Educators Association, and we firmly stand behind CSCA's settlement in their contract and know that the work is not done, that we make sure that they have fair wages moving forward that would make them competitive across the region. This is an area that TVA and CSCA and TVSD have similar interests in the fact of being able to supply support for our students in classrooms to make sure that we have appropriate aid fulfillment in classrooms to be able to support our students with their fulfillment of the IEPs and supervision, to make sure that we have campus security who can be there throughout the different parts of campus, and also support the school environment to make sure that it is safe not only for students, teachers, and staff, but also so that they can focus on their education for years to come. Thank you.
Josh Shearling.
Josh Shearling, husband, father. I just wanted to play out a little logical fallacy. I know, Dr. Komrosky, when we chatted, you mentioned fiscally responsible was your primary thought when it came to the compensation we give our employees. So I know this is not going to happen. I just want to give you, flesh out an idea. Let's say we did the fiscally irresponsible thing we could. We blew all of our money, all of our budget on teachers and our classified salaries. Can't keep the lights on, can't run the buses, but we make our teachers wealthy. What would, do you need me to stop?
This is not related to the public hearing. It's related to CSCA.
I'm getting there.
It doesn't have anything to do with the compensation, though, and I was just trying to make that point.
Okay. I'm just talking about, in general, about supporting you guys approving the vote you're about to do, and just giving you like a thought process.
Please continue.
Thank you. The idea would be if we spent all of our money on paying the top dollar for our teachers and our aides, what would happen? Would you get fired? No. You wouldn't even get recalled for that, right? But the teachers would come out of the woodwork to get in on that deal. We would get the best teachers in the state, the country, the world would come to this school district. And then the result of that would people would move here, like I did. I came for the schools. And then property values go up, and then taxes go up, and then, whoa, you get more money back into the schools. So it's not your money. It's California's taxpayers' money, okay? It's not coming out of Ms. Wiersma's family account or Dr. Komrosky or even the Schwartz. You guys aren't paying these guys. Give them what they're due. Like I said, they're superheroes without capes. They do their jobs because they love them, as I'm sure, Ms. Velez, you do. Thank you, by the way, for all the work you've done. And thank you to all of our classified, all of our teachers. And really thank you guys for doing all the work you did to get this contract going. Thank you, guys.
Any other comments tonight? Was that it for the comment? Okay, thank you. If there are no more comments, I will declare the public hearing closed. Public hearing end time, 10:29 p.m. Number 6, acceptance of the Temecula Valley Unified School District California School Employees Associations and its Chapter 538 tentative agreement, September 22nd, 2023. I call for a motion as second to adopt
Second.
this. Moved by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Lene, would you mind?
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barclay.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. 7, variable term waiver request for the 2023-24 school year. I call for a motion and a second to approve this variable term waiver request for November 16, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. Unless we have discussion, call for a motion and a second. Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barclay.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. 8, we only got 2 more left. 8, California School Employees Association and its Temecula Valley Chapter 538, Temecula Valley Unified School District Memorandum of Understanding, reclassification and Secretary 3, Director, Safety and Security job description. I call for a motion and a second to approve the CSEA/TVUSD Memorandum of Understanding, reclassification of Secretary 3, Director, Safety and Security job description. Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Barclay. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Sorry. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barclay.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes, and it's well-deserved.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. Coast to Coast 2024 Federal Advocacy Trip. I call for a motion and a second to discuss sending board representation to attend the Coast to Coast 2024 Federal Advocacy Trip Conference.
I'm sorry, you're looking
We
for a
have-
motion for discussion or
Well,
for
we have a
discussion?
public comment, and then we, yeah, and then we'll take a discussion if we have it. Oh, we have one?
Jennifer Bach.
Thank you. I don't need 2 minutes. I just want to ask that when you guys are doing these trips, well, first I'll start off, I'm curious what advocacy we're doing on this trip that we're going to DC and how many people are going and what exactly we're advocating for, because I haven't heard a lot of advocacy here. I'm wondering what advocacy we're doing all the way in DC with the potential political parties. So if there's any clarification that could be provided, I just asked that that be shared. I also asked that if there's representatives from the district going on these trips, that would be a board decision if they're going in this capacity instead of on personal trips and then misrepresenting the board if that was not a board decision, or a trip to go on a trip without the proper authority to represent our TVUSD district on those trips to go visit political parties.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like clarity as well because, quite frankly, we went to the last CSBA trip in Washington and we still don't have a report out. Did any of the Congress or the assembly men that we met with, did they even grant the money that we were trying to advocate for? And I'm not sure if anybody can report out to that. Because before we even discuss this, I'd like to discuss the last trip and what we advocated for and if there was a result of that.
I'd like to start if you don't mind. So
come on up.
The trip last year was great. A lot of us coming in, we missed the CSBA event down in San Diego. We didn't have that time to kind of connect, get to know one another. The trip was important because we were advocating for our school district and for the needs of the school district at that federal level. I felt like us being there was actually important because we were able to follow up. We actually had relationships with some of those congressmen that we went and were able to kind of meet with, follow up with. I don't think that it necessarily moved the needle. And on top of it, I'm just going to call a spade here. And I don't say this to offend anybody, but I'm just going to tell it like it is. I don't see any reason why our district should engage with CSBA at all. The trip, the way that we were treated when we were in there, the speakers that they brought in there to trash conservatives and people in education, listening to Mark Takano advocate for transitioning 5-year-olds, like it was disgusting, and I left there feeling dirty and nasty, and that's why I won't be going to the CSBA conference in December. I recommend that you stay away from these conferences and don't waste district money on this thing. I really don't think it's smart for us to be doing.
I don't know
Thanks,
what
Mrs.
session you
Gonzalez.
went to. I did not hear anything about that. That was not what was being advocated for in general.
On the Capitol?
What?
Literally,
Capitol when
all of
Pelosi
us heard it.
walked in?
All
I
of us
wasn't
heard it.
there.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
I got video if you want to see.
Yeah.
I would love, well, anyway, my recommendation would be, I think it is important for our district to be represented on that trip. I think we should limit it. I think we only need 1, maybe 2 board members to attend. I don't think everyone needs to go. I don't need to go. I'm off the table for going. It's my kid's senior year, and it's a bad time. But I do think, we all went last year and got a taste of it. I feel like this year, if we do send anyone, many years no one was sent. This is my understanding from the past. But if we do go, I would say we probably only need 1, maybe 2 people maximum.
If I may, we all didn't go, because I didn't go. And I didn't hear anything back from anyone who went. I didn't hear any reports of meeting with Darrell Issa and what he thought about our district and funding us and helping us out financially. So I don't know what was accomplished, but I could not go, that's fine.
I really enjoyed the trip last year, but I agree with you, Mrs. Barclay. I feel like last year was a different time. What I remember is the stellar presentation that you gave. It was absolutely amazing. And we talked about special education and cybersecurity and nutrition and teachers as a second career not losing some of their benefits from their prior career. So there were some important things. So it was a great learning experience. Mr. Gonzalez is right. In the main sessions, there were some things said that were decidedly forgetting that there are people with different facets of thought, and that was offensive, but there were parts that I really enjoyed learning from as well. We did go to the Capitol. We did do sightseeing. We did have some time to spend with each other. What I would rather do at this point is possibly look to spend time with Dr. Woods. I don't know if there would be a special day or some time we could set aside as a group where we can do something, but for me, I don't need this trip. So that's where I stand.
And my question is still to Dr. Velez or anybody from the cabinet, do we have a report out of any updates on the advocacy? And then I'll say a few more lines, but I'm just curious, did anything happen? I mean, I advocated for GATE for funding, and I didn't hear anything back. That was the one thing I got excited for. And Mrs., sorry it's late, Mrs. Diaz and Dr. Velez were helping me construct those talking points as well as speaking on that, but I was interested in that.
Right. So I'm going to actually defer this question to Mrs. Lash down there because, I mean, she is the financial expert. So to my knowledge, there has been a slight increase in special education funding, but I'll have you clarify.
But that's at the state level, not the federal level. So the reason why we have not participated in the coast to coast historically, if we did, it was one board member. Less than 10% of our revenue comes from the federal government. We are not an organization that receives a lot of federal funding. So our advocacy efforts are always at the state level. That's the significant impact to TVUSD specifically. Since last year, we haven't seen any significant change in funding that would impact TVUSD specifically.
Thank you, Ms. Lash. For me, it was Congressman Mark Takano, and he wanted transgenderism taught to 5-year-olds. To be clear, this was in the assembly. What is that room where they serve treats and all that? I forget what room we were in. Yeah, in the Capitol building. It made me walk out with a visceral response, like I wanted to throw up. This is me. That is hardcore activism coming down from the very top. Here we are trying to advocate for special needs and all that, and I'm being shoved down my throat. And I gotta be honest, most of the people in that room clapped and cheered. I had to walk away. For me, if there's diminished returns, it costs a lot of money for the district to go there. I had a lot of fun. I've never been to Washington, D.C. I was a military brat. I don't know why I skipped that area. It was fun for me. I learned how to advocate, but I'm with the other couple board members. I'm not really concerned about that trip going to Washington. I don't think it's going to do anything for the district as far as federal returns, so.
So is there, nobody wants to go, or Steve, did you want to go this year, or any?
No, my son went to school in Washington. I was probably there 50 times. And
I used to live there.
And I don't think, as Nicole said, if we only get 10% of our money, and I don't think one of us going to talk to Darrell Issa is going to change anything, especially with the way this Congress is working. I don't think they're going to get any bills passed at all with everything that's going on politically. So I would say, let's save the money and use it for something else.
I agree. I think we might have a 5-0 vote on this right now. All right, so do we have a motion? Well, yeah, do we have a motion and a second to approve the Coast to Coast 2024 federal advocacy trip? There you go. Motion died right there.
So if there was at a later time a board member that decided that maybe there was something happening,
Any one of us could bring it back?
it could be brought back by someone. Okay, great. It won't be me, but just curious.
Okay. Well, you said you used to live there and visit all the time, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, negotiations update.
All right, Dr. Komrosky, we met with TVA on October 23rd, and we have met with them for subcommittee meetings. We look forward to having further discussions with them about those topics for the next fiscal year. And with CSEA, we met with them on October 27th and had further discussions and negotiations. We will work through the process to come to a resolution on compensation. That's it from me, Dr. Komrosky. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arce. Oh, that's right, you're fighting, yes.
Hanging in there,
yes.
hanging in there.
Yes. Okay, board comments. Whoever wants to start first. Okay, we'll go down the line. Mr. Gonzalez, you want to say anything?
It always happens. I always
all
get
right.
to
This
go
is where
first.
No,
No, that's
you're
okay.
right,
I'll
you're
go
right.
first.
All right, all right.
Mine's going to be just real short and to the point. The one thing that I didn't have the opportunity to address tonight, I know we talked about Dr. Woods. I'm thoroughly excited about him joining our district, but I wanted to also acknowledge Dr. Velez and the entire admin staff for all the work that you've done, for stepping into this at a difficult time, for bridging that gap, helping us through that really tough situation. You've done it with grace. You are an absolute asset to this district. I want you all to understand that it was very important for me to find a potential superintendent that, while they may have other perspectives and viewpoints, value the team that we have here and know that we have amazing people that they want to bring in and work with. And I know that you are the future superintendent of this district, and it's only a matter of time before that is a reality. I just think for the time that we're in, this was not the right time for that move. So I just want you to know that I do value each and every one of you, genuinely, and this is heartfelt. It's a very difficult decision, but I want you to know that you are absolutely respected and admired for everything that you've been doing for us. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Schwartz?
Well, it's been a busy month. Got to go to the Great Oak TV football game, which was a nice, friendly rivalry. Got to hang out with Allison and her daughter and some of the teachers at TV. Saw Principal Donna Leone and got to talk with her for a while. And Allison, your daughter, is amazing. So had 3 school visits a week ago Friday. I got to go to Livonia, see some people I know, and got to go to Bella Vista for the first time, an amazing middle school. So great to see what's going on there. Principal Whalen was just wonderful, hospitable. But there was one point where the teachers were in the teachers' room, and I said to Dr. Velez and Dr. Whalen, could you please step aside? I just want to go in and chat with the teachers for a minute, and they were really very sweet and very welcoming. Also went to Summit Academy, and if you have not been there, you have to go visit the School of the Future. That place is absolutely amazing. Great staff, great principal, Keith Moore, right, Keith? Great staff, great kids, beautiful campus, just an amazing place. Last week I went to the Ready Commission to be with the kids from Great Oak who got the Native American certificate from the Ready Commission to celebrate Native American Heritage Month. It's sorry that the people who sometimes make comments are not here at the end. Somebody said something about Marianne Edwards in 2018. I was not on the school board in 2018, so I don't know who hired her or what was involved. I just want to clear that up. As far as the surplus money in our budget, that was something we did in the last board meeting. In the last board, we changed the reserve to 6% to make sure we would have enough money in our budget to cover contingencies, whereas the state requires a lower amount. Please, when people come make comments, could you please leave your religion at the door? I don't need anyone praying over me, and I certainly don't need someone who quotes Matthew 18. Could you please remind that young man not to comment? Thank you. Thank you. Someone who quotes Matthew 18, and if you don't know what Matthew 18, it has to do with people drowning. So I don't appreciate parents making threats that I should drown. And he said the same thing about Mrs. Barkley. It's totally inappropriate. You don't like me, that's fine. You don't want to agree with me, that's fine. Please don't say things like that. Keep your religion at the door. I don't bring mine in, and I don't need to hear it from anyone else. And I don't need anyone praying over me. I do that enough at home. And finally, Dr. Velez, you've been amazing leading us through this period after Dr. McClay was fired. I respect your intelligence, your leadership, and you've done an outstanding job, and I am sincerely embarrassed that you were not called to be interviewed. That's just a custom that people do, and it really was a slap in the face. I apologize for the HYA, who should have had the courtesy to call you for an interview. Otherwise, thank you to everyone else.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Wiersma.
So this has definitely been a colorful month, and having had the opportunity to be a part once again of the Student of the Month program at Sizzler with students, staff, and administrators across the valley in celebration of their achievements and their personal stories, I loved it. I had the chance to visit Isabel Barnett for the first time and tour their beautiful campus in Harveston. Thank you, Mrs. Blackburn, for your gracious welcome and hospitality. I also appreciated about how they're making math a very serious focus and having fun at the same time. I love that she's taking the bull by the horns, is looking at where they're at, and has set the goals and wants to bring everyone in and just make math something really special on that campus. Another highlight that involved probably some of our students, along with Murrieta Valley, was going to a town hall that was put together by Assemblywoman Kate Sanchez, talking about the dangers of fentanyl. And I took pages of notes that night. You think you kind of know, but you don't until you sit down and you listen to some of the experts. And we're so fortunate in this county to have leaders like Sheriff Chad Bianco and Mike Hestron who are committed to the investigative process from the ground up, prosecuting these dealers. I know we've had students in very difficult situations with fentanyl. There was a dad, I believe his daughter went to Great Oak, and to hear that heartbreaking story, I wish more students had been there that night. It was neat to hear from Senator Cierto, former Senator Melissa Melendez. This is not something that's going to go away. And I think we need to make sure we're emphasizing in a safety facet that one pill can kill. There's so much fentanyl out on the streets. And I don't mean to be dark, but we just have to constantly be loving these kids and giving them the facts on what's happening there. In addition to some facts tonight, I wasn't sure which way I was going to go with this. I was absolutely thrilled to attend the launch of the Watchdog Dads at Alamos Elementary. Many of you might know that during the campaign, as I talked to parents, my heart was to see these dads come on campus and be a mentor and extra eyes and ears. And those who have spoken about the crazy of the crosswalks and what's going on at the schools, absolutely true. And one of the most golden things that I wanted to do was bring these dads and moms and grandmas and aunts and uncles and anyone who wants to be a part. There's room for you. And so, bottom line is my calendar was leaked, and that day as I arrived on campus, people were exercising their First Amendment rights, and I support that. I think it was probably the most disappointing day that I've had as a trustee because it was about the kids and the dads and the families, and there were multiple people running political angst and chaos, and it did involve teachers and picketing and those who are active in the community, and they have their right to do that. It was heartbreaking, though, for me because, you know, my hope was to have that half an hour set aside. I'm okay with that, but when it becomes a safety issue for kids or families who are looking on, it's wrong. It's a problem for them, not for me. There was no one from the district office to accompany me that day, and people knew that this was going to go on, and so people have talked about my schedule and how I've done this right or this wrong. Well, I got out of my car and kind of walked into a mob scene, and it wasn't right for the kids and the families. Excuse me. I didn't video any of the teachers. I didn't follow them. I didn't harass them. I wouldn't do it. Alamos is special to me. My kids went there for elementary school. Love Mrs. Ainsworth, Golden, great teachers. I've toured many of the classrooms, and I'm so thankful. So please know that that's there. But it was it was probably the most difficult day that I've had. So I can pretend like it didn't affect me, and I've had people tell me, don't tell the story, don't because you can't, like, just keep moving. Nope. I'm going to tell you how my heart just sank that day. And I had gone to a specific organization, a church actually, who was ready to donate $400 in pizzas for our dads. I called them. I have relationships throughout the community and said, okay, it's not about the church, the gospel. It's not. We get donations from everywhere in the community as a school, and we should welcome it. There's no room for religious bigotry. There's no room to not welcome those people who want to give to either our kids or parents. Well, I got the phone call that was going to be turned down because people, and I don't know who, complained It was Jen, it was her church, which it wasn't. The whole pizza party got canceled. You know, and again, a disappointment, not for me, but for these dads, because we become more golden and better as parents step up and out. And this Watchdog Dad program, it's awesome. The way we can help buffer classified is to bring these people in who have the heart to serve. And that's what broke my heart that day. And that's when I went home and cried and just went, you know what? I've talked about this for a year, and if it was more important to people to run this chaos instead of looking at our families and kids, something's wrong. Something's wrong. I think that Jennifer and Gary, Mr. Otis, if I'm saying that correctly, both spoke to safety. It's number one. Safety is important. It's absolutely important. That's what we were there to celebrate. That's what everybody should have been doing. I should have had a district office person there to accompany me in to look at what was going on, which is why I snapped one picture, not a video, because I was taken aback. So with that, I'm going to pivot. I'm not going to be a victim. I haven't done it all right. But we've got to love these kids. We've got to love our dads. We have to promote volunteerism. We need to have more transparency. I don't know how my calendar got leaked. I'm going to move on. I'm not going to be bitter or angry. I really want you to see my heart in this and the hope with the superintendent that we've got new expectations, new accountability, new professional standards of what is accepted and what maybe isn't, and maybe you finesse it behind the scenes, because everybody has certain inalienable rights, and I don't want to argue with those. But was it the right thing for our families in front of an elementary school campus that day? Nope, it wasn't. And it's okay. We're moving on. But I just wanted to tell you the highlight, though, out of that is that they launched that program. And let's hope that we can see more schools do that, because that's what counts, is making these campuses safer. And I know you would all agree with that. So with that, I've already shared about Dr. Woods. I'm so excited about pivoting and recognizing all the wonderful strengths we have and just getting better. And just know one thing that he told us in the meeting is I want to have 100 different meetings with people who, of all different viewpoints, I want to know them. And I believe he'll be committed to that. So if you want to raise your hand and meet with him, do it. If you want to get together in a group and express what you love and what you hate, do it. He's going to listen to you, and I want him to listen to you. Thank you for being here in this room tonight to support. I do hope the rhetoric changes. I do hope we can do things differently. I do hope we have more 5 and 0. I'm looking forward to it in the new year. So thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Wiersma. Ms. Barclay?
Thank you. I also did some site visits. And just to clarify that, when we have a site visit scheduled, the site knows we're coming. So like I get newsletters from the schools that are in my trustee area, because I've asked them to email them to me just so I can know what's going on at the schools and, you know, events I can go to or whatever. And it's listed on there. Our site visit, like, oh, Mrs. Barclay's coming on Thursday, just so everybody knows, like, hey, welcome her. You might see her walking around campus. So I don't think calendars are leaked. I think information is shared with staff at the sites. Where it goes beyond that, I have no idea. Also, when I go to a site visit, there's a parking spot in the front by the office, not on the road where in public. Well, the parking lot's right by the door, but we're not having a conversation. I'm just letting the public know. Just letting the public know how a site visit goes.
Just let her.
Yeah, just
let
giving
her.
some information. And sometimes I have a district, someone from the office, sometimes I don't. So this time I got to go visit Barnett, which is in my trustee area. Saw a few of my friends teaching there. It was fantastic. Mrs. Blackburn, always amazing. And I too witnessed the math going on in this district at all my site visits was incredible. I mean, I've seen a lot of classrooms and I know what's going on, but every time I see it, I'm still so impressed that things teachers learn literally days before, they rush back and implement immediately. And that is so cool to me that our teachers are obviously so engaged and willing to try new strategies with the kids right away. And the kids were so cute and so excited for all of those strategies, and very excited about math, which I never was. But Temecula Elementary, Dr. Hubbard, also love that school. It was amazing seeing all the kids so happy and excited. and seeing, I always, it just warms my heart to see our kids in our special ed program and the care that is given to them. And it chokes me up, but Frank and I were on a site visit there. I know you know what I'm going to talk about. Just this little girl, she was so adorable in a wheelchair, and I believe she was nonverbal. And when I came over and I said, "Oh, are you working on your letters?" And she just smiled up at me and held my hand, and she didn't want to let go. And Frank was so kind, he snapped a picture. And I thought, I want to be an instructional assistant. It was so great. It was just so great. And it just, all of those visits just to remind me why we do this. This is a tough job. But it is for the kids. And that little girl that day, I just wanted to take her home with me. She was so sweet. The other thing that also brought many tears to my eye was the Marvelous show. If anyone had a chance to see that over at Temecula Valley High School, I mean, wow. Students packed the theater. I mean, standing room only to come out and support their classmates that are in the special ed classes. And they were paired up with an escort, and they got to come out in their formal wear, and they all did a talent. There was a dinosaur trainer. There was a kid who played the piano. It was amazing. My favorite, well, I can't say my favorite, but one of the ones I loved was a student who rode his bike. And he was nonverbal, and he was very overstimulated by the event. And my daughter was the overseer. She was in charge of it for Temecula Valley, which you saw her in the video. Shout out to Grace. Gotta love that girl. She has a heart. This is her dream, is to be a special ed teacher. And she was so sad that he was so overstimulated and didn't want to go out on the stage. And the students just rallied around him, and she sat there with him. And she told him, it's okay. He was laying on the floor, really having a hard time. And she told him, it's okay, you don't have to go. And then he heard the music with his video that was showing all his bike tricks. And he jumped up, and all the kids backstage started cheering. And they're like, go, go, go. And they gave him his helmet, and they got his bike. And they're yelling, open the curtain, open the curtain. And he rode his bike on that stage and was so proud. And that crowd, those students stood up and cheered like he was a rock star. And it was just, I don't know if there was a dry eye in the house. There was not my eyes were not dry. It was amazing. And just to see the students come out and cheer them on, students who were singing, the kids got their lights on their phones and just cheering them on like they were at a Taylor Swift concert. And they were so proud. And I love that this district and these kids and students and teachers and all of our staff have so much love and care for all of our students and are willing to put in so much work for an event like that for a small segment of students, but just means so much to them and to their parents and families. Talking to them afterwards, it's their favorite night of the year. The kids are looking forward to it next year. So I'm sorry I went long on that part, but I just had to. I was really excited to see our ASB videos tonight. That was awesome. I'm very sad that they were not here. I've spoken to some of the students and ASB advisors, and they were very sad that they couldn't be here. And I'm hopeful in the future that these meetings will get to a point where it will be safe for students to return. It was determined by the district and the parents that they did not feel it was safe, and so that's why they weren't here. And I hope that feeling will return, where they feel they are safe to come back. We saw the end of the football season. It was awesome to attend those games and cheer on our teams. Thank you so much for the presentations tonight. Those are always my favorite part of the meeting. Hearing about all the successes, the CTE, the GATE, I loved it. And then Unified Sports is Friday at Vista Murrieta. If anybody wants to go, it's going to be another great way that we honor our students with special needs, having them involved in sports. They can even letter in the sport if they participate in Unified all year, which is such a cool opportunity that we offer them. And just one point, we discussed a lot about our legal bills, and perhaps maybe we could get copies of some of those to kind of clear up some of the questions, Dr. Velez, if that's possible.
Yes, that's possible.
Okay, that would be fantastic. Maybe just to kind of clear up some of those questions. So, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Barclay. First, I'd start off by what I mentioned earlier when I talked about admirable moral qualities that a person of character and integrity have. What I saw in some of the members of the audience tonight was nothing short of disgusting and dark. Even when we have to hear, you know, homophobe, racist comments, it's just disgusting. And you're doing this, and students will see this. They will see your behavior. Shame on you. That's first. Second, that leads into the attack on my wife, and I will clear the record. First and foremost, the accounts of the events that took place before the last board meeting can be confirmed with Jason Vickery, head of security, sitting right back there. He was a witness to what was and what was not said. Before the start of the prior meeting, my wife was standing in the aisle seat of the second row behind the ASB students. Christine Massa walked up and put her bag next down to the aisle seat of the first row where a student was sitting. I actually watched that, I was here. Because it was prior to the start of the meeting, there was no video record of this event. As Mrs. Massa placed her bag next to the seat, she said to the student something to the effect, "I'm putting my bag here to save this seat when you get up to leave." Christine stood back up. Mrs. Kromowski, my wife, said to her, "Actually, when the front row of the students leave their seat, all these people in the second row will be moving up to the front row." Mrs. Massa placed her hand on the shoulder of the girl sitting down and said to Mrs. Komorowski, "Do you know who this is?" To which she answered no. Ms. Massa indicated that she had known the girl since she was in 12th grade and she wouldn't be saving any seats for Mrs. Komorowski. "Do you think she's going to give up her seat to you?" Mrs. Komorowski responded, "Well, that's ugly." At that moment, another student said, "How dare you call her ugly? She's like my second mother, and you can't talk to her like that." Immediately, Mrs. Komorowski turned back to Mrs. Massa and said, "I'm sorry, let me clarify. I don't mean you're ugly as an appearance. I mean your attitude is ugly." In short order, the students started yelling at Mrs. Komorowski even louder. One student appeared to begin to cry. Other people had started gathering around, and a police officer came over, deputy sheriff, and asked us to sit down. Mrs. Komorowski sat down in the aisle chair in the second row. The student continued to yell, and another parent behind Mrs. Komorowski said to the girl, "Don't talk to adults like that." It was around this time, thank you. It was around this time that Mrs. Please have some respect. Remember what I just said, right when I started off about professionalism, civility. It was around this time that Mrs. Komorowski noticed that Mrs. Massa had taken out her camera and was video recording this exchange. It was also at this time that a small group of parents alleged that Dr. Komorowski's wife was harassing the students and calling them ugly. By this point, Jason Vickery had stepped into the group to break up the opposing sides. So, Mrs. Barclay, shame on yourself for not getting the facts right.
Okay,
No.
that's one
You don't get to talk,
perspective.
because remember, Jen talked. Let me talk. Your time's over. That's right.
This is totally out
this
of
is
order
my board
and
comment.
not professional.
No,
You
no,
want
no.
to talk about unprofessional? That's this. Mr. Vickery
she's out.
did not
Yeah.
hear what happened.
Yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
true, what
It's
you
time.
just said. He was not
It's
in
time.
the room. He was not in the room when it happened. He was not in the room. Ask him right now. He was not in the room.
Bye. Bye. Thank you. There you go. There you go. Right.
Can I do it? Can I do it, please?
You know what? That's your first warning for disrupting governing board meeting for taking place. That's it. That's your second warning. Please see yourself out for disrupting the governing board meeting. You're out.
You made it so short. You were so close.
There you go.
So close. Me either.
Goodbye.
Have a good evening. God bless you.
Thank you. 3, MIG classes, the MIG, Masters in Governance in San Marcos. I attended them all in person and I'm done. I know we just came off talking about the CSBA trip in Washington and how, got a little ugliness with seeing, certain things that we heard that were politically charged, and I totally get that. But the MIG classes, they're different. I actually highly advise every board member to go through that training. It actually equips you in things like finance, collective bargaining, our role as board members. You actually get trained and you learn about our, two branches of government that we have control over, like legislative and judicial. We create policies, we legislate them. The executive branch is pretty much the district staff. I just can't tell you how much training I had. I know Mrs. Barclay went through it too, and I'm not sure if she's done, but I hope she's received as much information as me. So I'm happy to say I'm done with those, and it's actually really helping. 4, thank you, Dr. Velez, for stepping in and helping this district, especially when we are a divided board in our time of need. I really appreciate it. 5, I can't wait to visit the schools again with our new superintendent, Dr. Wood, and with supporting district staff. I always like to roll with Dr. Velez, Mrs. Deus, Mrs. Lash, sometimes Mr. Arce. I know he's not feeling well right now. I really can't wait to get back to doing that. I've taken a few weeks off. I'd like to hit the schools that I haven't visited yet. I missed that. 6, and this is really, really a thank you to Mr. Gonzalez and Mrs. Wiersma for helping me to fulfill my campaign promises within 1 year. I told my constituents in my community what I would do if I was elected. That was fulfilled tonight. I defended parental rights, again with the help of the 2 board members. I fought for excellence in education and proper curriculum. We banned CRT, first night in. No to CSC, comprehensive sex ed. We're working on board policy 6000. That's coming out soon. Reducing harmful radiation, excessive RF, EMF exposure to students and staff. That was filled tonight. That's all I wanted to do. Get people to be aware. I want to mitigate these effects. So those are to my community members. You voted me in, and I'm doing what I said I was going to do. Thank you. And I saved the best for last. Praise God and God bless America. Praise God. That is my First Amendment right. Now you time to superintendent comments.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to start with a business-related item. At the request of our board president, I was asked to recap the input collected from the TCI social science adoption, and then I'll go into my superintendent comments. So to recap, there were 2 surveys sent out. There was a parental pilot survey, which was sent out to parents of students who were in classrooms who were only part of the pilot. Secondly, the survey was available to all parents and the community members, so 2 different surveys went out. Pilot parent feedback consisted of 175 parents. 100% of those responses are from parents with students enrolled in TVUSD, as the survey was directly sent to the pilot parents only. Stakeholders, parent, and community feedback consisted of 221 parents. Therefore, there were 396 total parental responses, of which 61% were verified parents of TVUSD. Please keep in mind the remaining email addresses could be parents or guardians in TVUSD, but since we used the identifying information of email to find them in our database, it is possible parents filled out the survey with an email that perhaps they did not provide us during enrollment, which of course has not been uploaded into our system. In addition, EdCode provides the opportunity for community members to have that input, which has also been reiterated as important to our board. So with that said, I am kind of shocked we're coming upon Thanksgiving, which is next week. We are entering the holiday season. And I think for all of us, Thanksgiving is a time to reflect on the blessings in our lives and express gratitude for the abundance that we often take for granted. In the spirit of the season, it's essential to appreciate the relationships, the moments, the opportunities that enrich our lives. Gratitude not only depends on connections with others, but it fosters a sense of contentment and mindfulness, reminding us of the importance of thankfulness throughout the year. With that said, I want to speak directly to the TVUSD staff. Whether you are a classified certificated administrator, Your unwavering dedication to the students and commitment to the pursuit of excellence in education in this district have been a source of inspiration for me. The collective focus on fostering a nurturing and impactful learning environment has been nothing short of truly remarkable. Working alongside each of you has been a privilege, and I am proud of the strides we have made together in ensuring the success of each and every student in this district. As I transition from the role of interim superintendent and back into my assistant superintendent role of educational services, I truly want to express my heartfelt gratitude for the support, the encouragement, the camaraderie that you as staff have extended to me through this journey. The strength of our educational community lies in the collaborative spirit and shared vision that each of you bring to your role. It is a collective commitment that has enabled us to navigate challenges and celebrate those successes. Your dedication to providing a high-quality education is the bedrock of this district and this community, and I am certain that you will continue to inspire and uplift the lives of those entrusted in your care. As I bid farewell to the role of interim superintendent, please accept my deepest thanks for your hard work, your resilience, and unwavering dedication. It is this collaborative effort of exceptional individuals like you that make TVUSD thrive. I look forward to continuing to watch and witness the continued growth and success of our administrators and our district staff from a different vantage point. But please know that I can carry with me the fondest memories of our shared accomplishments and the genuine pride I have in serving alongside you and with such an outstanding group of professionals. I wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving and good night.
Thank you, Dr. Velez. I forgot to give a super quick shout out to Mr. Morvan at TMS. Thanks for inviting me last week, and I really loved watching the jazz band. Those guys are amazing, that crew. Okay, so future agenda items. Staff will present information on the following agenda items for the next regular board meeting on December 12th, 2023, communications and family engagement. Announcement of the next meeting. The next regular open session business meeting of the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for December 12th, 2023. Adjournment. This meeting is adjourned on Tuesday, November 14th at 11:15 p.m. Thank you and good night.